Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for all being here. My name is Ron Davis. I am councilman for District 1, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Mableton. And we're going to go ahead and get started with our regular City Council meeting. Today is April 22nd. The time is 6:39. So we will go ahead and get started. And Madam Clerk, would you mind calling the roll?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Ron Davis.
Present.
Council Member of District 6, Deborah Herndon.
Present.
Council Member T.J. Ferguson, District 5.
Present.
Council Member Cassandra Brown of District 4.
Present.
Council Member of Keisha Jeffcoat of District 3.
Present.
And Council Member District 2, Michael McNeely.
Present.
And our Mayor Owens is not present. And quorum's present.
Thank you. City Manager Tanks, would you mind leading us in the invocation?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if you would like to join me in prayer, please do. Heavenly Father, we acknowledge that we were created in your image and that you have created us to do your will in this earth. And as we sit here today as citizens, as a council, elected, appointed, businesses here in the city of Mableton, we ask for your wisdom tonight. We ask for your guidance tonight. We ask for your courage tonight, your discernment, that you would help us do what is right for the city of Mableton and its future. We just thank you in advance for your angels to watch over our city, our citizens, our public safety officers, and all that come through our city. In the name of Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Councilman McNeely, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This takes us now to item 5, the approval of the agenda. There's a request by staff to add to item 13, administrative purchases.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There's actually two administrative requests, and that is to add administrative purchases to item 13 as you've indicated, and then there is a second request to also add a 10-minute executive session to item to become item 6B.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion to add executive session to item 6B and then purchasing conversation to
7B.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we're going to add a 6B.
No, it's
6B.
6B.
Oh, okay.
You're correct. 6B, and then 13A
On the presentation.
to be purchasing conversation.
Thank you.
A second.
It has been noted and duly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We will go into a 10-minute executive session. Okay.
Well, that would come after the National Day of Prayer.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, next, presentations, that's item 6, presentations and acknowledgements, proclamations. That takes us to item 6A, National Day of Prayer Proclamation. And Pastor Smith, you have the floor. Yeah, I have the proclamation.
The Mableton Pastors Collective would like to thank the City Council for all you're doing for the National Day of Prayer. It was 2 years ago. Y'all read a proclamation. Mayor Owens read a proclamation for the National Day of Prayer, which is always the first Thursday of May across this country. So I asked the city council again this year if y'all could do another proclamation. The National Day of Prayer is taking place at the amphitheater on May 7th from 6 to 8 p.m. The entire community is welcome to be there. It's going to be a very diverse worship service, prayer service. There's going to be 18 churches that are involved through the Pastors Collective. They may or may not all be there, but it's going to be fantastic. The 4P of Mableton, of the city of Mableton, is hosting it. So we are grateful for the city's support. Because again, 2 years ago I stood in here and asked, and you did it. 2 years later I asked again, you're doing it again, even on a bigger scale. So I'm so thankful for the city. So I believe you have a proclamation.
Yes, I do.
For the National Day of Prayer. So,
And I shall read it. Pastor Kindle, did you have anything to say before we read the proclamation?
Yeah, we want to thank the city for giving us this great opportunity to come and pray for this nation, for our leaders, and for this city, and for our city. It's good that men, Bible says men always ought to pray and not to faint. And when we put God first, God get involved with our case. Thank you.
Thank you. And the proclamation reads as thusly, and this is from the office of the mayor, the National Day of Prayer Proclamation. Whereas throughout history, America has faced trials and triumphs, and Americans have responded in prayer seeking courage and comfort, inspiration and joy-filled celebration. Faith compels us to seek and cling to the light in the times of darkness and spread the light to those in need. Whereas from the first gatherings of our founding fathers, elected officials have prayed, entreated those who serve and who they serve and represent to join them in prayer, including the authors of our Declaration of Independence, who wrote that they, the representatives of the United States of America in General Congress, assembled, appealing to the Supreme Judge of the world, and carried on to present day in presidential proclamations such as last year's invitation to join him in asking for God's continued guidance, mercy, and protection. And whereas a National Day of Prayer has not only been a part of our heritage since it was declared by the First Continental Congress in 1775, but it is a public law established in the United States Congress in 1952, approved by a joint resolution and amended by Congress and President Reagan with Public Law 100-307 in 1988, affirming that it is essential for us as a nation to pray, and directs the President of the United States to set aside and proclaim the first Thursday of May annually as the National Day of Prayer. And whereas in every state across America, the observance of the National Day of Prayer will be held on Thursday, May 7th, 2026, with the theme, Glorify God Among the Nations, Seeking Him in All Generations. And whereas unified prayer is mobilized across America every first Thursday of May on the National Day of Prayer, as neighbors come together to join their hearts and voices in reading sacred scriptures and attending services to seek God for the city and country where they live, where we live, learn, work, worship, and serve, and desire all to thrive. And whereas we express our faith and exercise our freedom in prayer, then unite our hearts and voices in personal prayer and public gatherings across America with fervent praise, repentance, love, and humble intercession for our neighbor and nation. Now, therefore, well, it says I, Michael Owens, but of the city of Mableton, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the city charter and its governing documents, and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim May 7th, 2026 as a National Day of Prayer. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and this seal this 22nd day of April, 2026.
Is there a way that we can go in the front instead of behind them? Okay, thanks.
Our next item on the agenda is item 7, public
6B.
6B. Oh, you know what? Okay, I can't read my own writing. Okay. Oh, that leads us to item 6B. And, okay. Executive session. So I'd like to make a motion to go into entertain a motion rather, to go into executive session.
Motion to go into a executive session.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It is motioned
Oh.
and,
I'm sorry. Madam Attorney. Madam Attorney.
For litigation, real estate, and personnel.
Motion to go into executive session for litigation, real estate, and personnel.
it's been motioned and duly second. All in favor going into executive session for this time? Raise your hand by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we shall go into a brief executive session. Your patience. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn or come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
I second.
It has been motioned and duly seconded. Thank you. All in favor of coming out of executive session, say aye.
Aye.
All right, the ayes have it. Okay, next is item 7, our public hearings. And the first is item 7A, it's REZ 2026-002, deferral to May 13th, 2026 of 640 South Gordon Road, request to rezone subject property from R20 to RD for duplex development. And Director Hughes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Davis, council members, and city manager. And you're correct, sir. This is just we're deferring this until your May 13th meeting to give the planning commission some additional, well, the applicant and the planning commission some additional time to discuss this case. And at your May 13th meeting should have a recommendation for your consideration at that time.
All right, sir. All right. Thank you. All right. Entertain a motion to defer item 7A.
I will make a motion to defer 7A REZ 2026-002.
Second.
All right. It has been motioned and duly seconded. All in favor of the deferral, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Next is item 7B, REZ 2026-003. This is a first read and public hearing of tax parcel 19108000540 Stallion Parkway. Request to rezone 3.5 acre property from NRC to RSL for 61-unit senior housing development. Again, Director Hughes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Davis, and council members. Again, you stated the purpose of this public hearing. Tina Garver, who's our Deputy Director for Community Development, will be providing the presentation on this particular case. There's no action being requested of you at this time, but she will be giving you the background on the case.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem,
Good
Council, City Manager, members of the public. This is a rezoning application for property located at 0 Stallion Parkway. The request is to rezone the property from NRC, which is Neighborhood Retail Commercial, to RSL. Most appropriate would be urban rental units. To give you some clarification of where this property is located, it is located on Austell Road and Stallion Parkway. And on the right there, you can see the site plan for this development. It is a multifamily senior living apartment complex with building fronting the road and then the parking to the rear. The property currently is zoned NRC, Neighborhood Retail Commercial. You can see on this map the surrounding zoning categories. You have commercial areas surrounding it with some residential directly to the north. Future land use category is Neighborhood Activity Center. You can see on the future land use map, all of the light pink is Neighborhood Activity Center. The area behind that is residential with some institutional uses in the area. And again, just to put in perspective where this is located, it's located north of the high school, in front of Fresenius Kidney Care, South Cobb, and over by the Cobb County Tag Office. This slide shows you the site plan of the property. This site plan does show a 3-story product. You'll see a rendering of a 4-story product as well. And this shows the parking and the building facing the street. Our code has a few different residential senior living categories. One of them is supportive, the next one is non-supportive, and then the final one is non-supportive urban rental. The supportive is senior living that has those supportive services with it, assisted living, those type of uses. So this product is not that category. The next one is non-supportive. That is a low-density product. Sometimes it's quadruplexes. So this, again, isn't that category either. So this one falls most closely into the urban rental units property. One thing to note that all of the RSL district does require a minimum of 25% affordable units. This product does include 100% affordable units. This chart is intended to show a comparison of the different categories to show how which zoning category this product fits most closely in. And the most close category is that urban rental units. Where it does not fit is the future land use area. Future land use for urban rental units is supposed to be a high density area, and this rezoning, or this area, is neighborhood activity center. But you can see, looking at the chart, it does meet the other requirements for setback as well as buffer. I do want to note the parking requirements for this location. The site does meet parking requirements for both of the supportive products. I do want to note that a supportive residential product actually has a lot less parking, and some of the other projects in the city that you've seen were classified as supportive with lesser of a parking requirement. So this one does meet the parking requirements of the code. This is a rendering that the applicant has provided. This does show a four-story unit. It is taller than 35 feet in height, so you can ignore that note. This property is located in the Austell Road Design Standards District, which requires pitched roofs for smaller buildings. This building does exceed that amount, so it would be up to the council if they were to stipulate whether or not they would prefer a flat roof or a pitched roof. This is a second product that was provided. Planning Commission did recommend approval of a pitched roof product. Staff wants to note that this product does not meet the minimum brick requirements in the Austell Road District, and so we would recommend a stipulation to increase that amount of brick. Here we are showing the criteria whenever you're making a zoning decision. And then staff is recommending denial of this application solely because the code does not have a clean category that fits this product fully, but mostly because it's not in the high density residential area per the comp plan. The Planning Commission did hear this application and they recommended approval. Staff did provide conditions for them to consider in their approval, and the Planning Commission did include those stipulations in their recommendation. Just to summarize, you see them here. They did recommend a reversionary clause so that the zoning would revert back to NRC if the applicant did not receive the necessary tax credits. There is an age restriction. 100% of the units would be income restricted. And then the density shall not exceed 61 units total, and it must match the site plan unless there is situations where the site plan needs to be modified to meet the Austell Road design standards. Stipulations governing design review. They also asked that additional features be added: a picnic shelter, community garden, walking trail, covered porch, and again, they did recommend the pitched roof product. We are recommending accessibility standards, and that the parking be striped to Cobb County standards, and that the applicant meet all comments provided by the fire marshal, water and sewer, stormwater, and DOT. And that concludes our presentation. This does require a public hearing, and the applicant is here to present their application as well.
Thank you, Director Garver. As stated, this is an open public hearing. The applicant and support, we have a 10-minute time limit. And same goes for those who may be in opposition to this.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Good evening.
Staff, thank you for your time. My name is Pete Schwigerot. I'm with Pivotal Housing Partners. We are located at 9100 Centerpoint Drive, Westchester, Ohio. Just a brief history of our company. We've been doing affordable housing now for 35 years. We've developed, own, and manage a portfolio of housing that includes a little more than 10,000 affordable units located throughout 12 states. including here in Georgia, nearest you. We have development in Atlanta proper and out in Douglasville and really scattered throughout the state otherwise. So we are serving your communities with quality, high quality, affordable housing, and we want to bring that to Cobb County and to Mableton as well. When we started to look at the market, the fastest growing demographic in your community is the senior housing population, age 55 plus. And the reality is right now, a product like this, an affordable product like this, isn't available for the residents of your community. And really near you, there's only one similar comparable product. It's in Austell. It's 100% leased with a 2-year plus waiting list. So there is a desperate need for high quality, affordable housing for seniors. And that's what we hope to provide here. So with this rezoning, I know our rezoning request initially proposed 61 total units. We have been working with the community. We had in late March a community meeting where we notified everyone within about 1,000 feet of the property. I think we had around 15 to 20 people show up. We presented similar to what we're presenting to you tonight. At that meeting, we had no voices of objection. And in fact, the only residential owner that showed up was actually supportive of the development himself. So we were excited to see that there was community recognized the need for affordable housing, in particular affordable senior housing, and really kind of supported us through that effort. And that's not to say I can't speak for everyone. There might be voices of objection here. But with that, it is tricky to fit into your code. And marrying the need for affordable housing and the product types that we can build with your code was a little tricky. And so we did our best to find a site that, number one, competes and scores well, because we got to compete for these funds with the state of Georgia, with every other community out there. And to win, we got to have a high scoring site. This is the highest scoring site in Cobb County from that perspective. So with that, we do need zoning in place so that we can make this application to the state. Our new plan is for 54 total units. It'll be a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. Anything and everything you would expect in your own home, you'll find in these units. The bedrooms have walk-in closets, open floor plans. Kitchens have breakfast bars. These are got a host of universal design features. Turning radiuses in the bathroom, wider doorways, wider hallways, lower countertops. Anything and everything you need to accommodate a senior, whether they're fully physical and mobile, or someone who has limited or impaired range of motion, we're able to accommodate them in 100% of the units. There's an elevator in this building. It's a 0-step to every unit. In addition to the units, which are built to the National Green Building Standard, super high energy efficient building, keep those utility rates down, Energy Star mechanical equipment. We have full-time on-site managers that are there 40 hours a week. We have a full-time service tech that's there 40 hours a week. We have a part-time service coordinator who's going to link residents to programs and services. Those are going to include curb-to-curb transportation, in-home meals, light housekeeping. They're going to set up activities, groups, and host events, movie nights, card clubs, reading clubs, etc., so that we keep our seniors engaged and active as long as possible. This is independent living, and our goal is to keep the seniors independent as long as possible, out of skilled nursing care, assisted care, where you have a diminished quality of life and 4 to 5 times the cost of living. The reality is we're going to be able to deliver units at what we hope will be $300 to $400 below market rent. So a real advantage for your residents, for seniors living on fixed incomes, to make rent work and still have some money in their pocket to go spend money in the community and enjoy life. In addition to the on-site management, we do have a community room on the first floor, a fitness center, a business center, all accessible to residents 24 hours a day. It's a secure building, so they got electronic fob accesses. They buzz themselves in. The door's secure and locked behind them. There's an intercom system so they can buzz in their guests. At all doors, hallways, corridors, common areas, cameras throughout the building, cameras in the parking lot, lighting in the parking lot appropriately downcast so that it stays in the parking lot and doesn't spill off to adjacent residents. We've been able to preserve, this is a 3.5 acre site, we're going to be able to preserve over an acre of green spaces, true natural woodlands. This is a part of the site is nicely wooded, and we're going to be able to preserve that. We're preserving over 100-foot buffer to the residents to us to the north. We're preserving over a 50-foot tree buffer to the the dialysis center to the other side of us. Put the building up on the road with the front facing forward, hide the parking in the rear, exterior amenities. The things that were requested by your planning commission are things that we intended to do and had proposed at the meeting. That'll include a picnic shelter, a sun deck with tables and grills, community gardens with a water raised bed so that residents can grow their own vegetables and flowers as they see fit. And then we're going to do a passive walking trail through the wooded area that's going to be preserved to give them a little bit of a walking opportunity and a way to enjoy the vegetation there as well. So all of that's accessible to residents. We really think this is needed in your community. We were proud of a planning commission to think bigger than just the Cobb County land use plan. Really, without some level of flexibility, we can't fit into your community anywhere, and this is a need in your community. In total, at 54 units, we are representing around 17 to 18 million in investment on the site. So we are excited about bringing new investment and, more importantly, bringing new senior housing options so that your seniors can age in place and stay in the community as their housing needs change. Don't know if I hit everything, but certainly happy to come back up and answer any questions you might have. We greatly appreciate your time and hope you'll see your way to make a recommendation. We do agree with all the conditions that have been stated, and this was the more recent version of the building that we showed, because we showed several versions of the building at the community neighborhood meetings. This one was the preference of the neighborhood. So we do intend, as long as you're okay with it, to go with the gabled roof. We're okay with matching and making sure we meet all your brick requirements and other standards. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So from the clerk's office, reminder, the applicant, we have a public hearing going on. The applicant and those in favor, we have a total of 10 minutes. So how many minutes are left?
2:37.
Okay. And then we'll have if any's in opposition, we'll have 10 minutes.
My name is Steve Young. I'm with the Mableton Improvement Coalition and the...
Could you speak up, please, sir?
My name is Steve Young. I'm with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And I'd like to, on behalf of the commission, voice our support for this development. Normally, we are not happy with variances from the future land use map, but this area is in a transition area. It's a very busy road already. It's not going to impact traffic or anything like that, and this kind of housing is desperately needed in our community. I would also like to point out that currently in Mableton, there are no areas designated as high-density residential. So to place any kind of facility like this in Mableton, according to future land use, would be impossible. So I respectfully request that the City Council approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any additional comments in support?
I didn't see theirs.
All
Okay.
right.
How many minutes?
I didn't see
You have 1 minute, 27, 6, 5, 4.
Stop it. So he has that much for rebuttal left later. So you want to ask for opposition?
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, we're giving opposing views when it comes to this property. Is there anyone in opposition? Anyone want to speak in opposition?
Good evening. Denny Wilson, District 2. I'm not in this district, but I have a question. One slide said 8 stories, one slide said 4 stories, and another slide said 3 stories. So how many stories would this development be? That's my question.
The 8 stories is only specific in reference to what the code allows for a residential senior living within a high-density area. So this product is not 8 stories. The applicant has provided varying elevations of 3 stories and 4 stories, so that is a question, but I do believe they're looking at a 3-story product. It is. This is first reading, so you'll get full clarification next week. At the next meeting.
Any more in opposition? I guess that means no? Yes.
Hi, I'm Yashika Marshall, District 3. I'm not in opposition, but I heard him state that it was going to be hopefully $300 to $400 under market rate. Is it going to be, or is it not going to be? I want to know definitively. If it's going to be affordable, we want to understand what that dollar amount is for seniors so they can know what they can expect. Okay.
Thank you. Well, yeah, but she had a... Are you... Okay, I'm sorry. This is for opposition now, so if you're in opposition to this...
I'm just going to add to some.
And you're adding to...
I'm for it, but there are some things that I'd like to see added. I'll make sure that they're added.
Well, I don't know. If this is for opposition, so is it allowable to...
I would allow.
Okay.
I would say it's allowable under, you can do it under opposition, but you can say opposition subject to these conditions being met and approved.
Thank you for your consideration. I am Rosie Turner, and I live in a senior building, which is based on income. And my concern, I'm glad to hear that there will be adequate parking because the assumption in the building that I'm in was based on the fact that seniors do not have cars. And so they built less parking, and that is a serious problem with us. So that's what I want to make sure to add. The other thing, too, is I don't know if you put in washers and dryers in the unit. That's a concern. Again, the requirement is that you have to be 55 and older. Well, that's fine. You get to be 55, but if you're in there to be 65, 85, there are some accommodations that needs to be made. And one, I would say, is disposing of their trash, because a lot of people are not able to walk outside and dispose their trash. So that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. There are no more in opposition. We will close the public hearing, and there is no action needed until the second read. That takes us down to item... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Council, do you have questions to ask?
Indeed.
All right.
Okay, so I'd like to direct this question towards Tina, please, because I don't know that the applicant can answer this. But I know on Monday we had a conversation about parking. So Ms. Rosie, I want you to know that I was already channeling your words. And so we've reduced this from 61 to 54. And so how does that impact parking, or does it? Do we keep the same number of parking spaces? And then, because I've gotten confused on the distinction of supportive versus the other type of building, could you, or do you know what the difference is between this proposed development and Wisteria Place?
I do know that Wisteria Place was zoned as a supportive product. I'm not clear on the specific services that are provided in that unit, so we may need to look at that further, but it was definitely zoned for supportive. Typically, supportive would have uses such as personal care or medical services, assisted living. A lot of times you'll see a community that has different phases within it, and that would classify it as supportive. But because that product was definitely zoned supportive by the county, it was required to meet the requirement for supportive parking, which is less than what the code requires. The code would require here 1.25 spaces per unit. So based on the 61 units, the requirement is 77. If they're reducing the number of units, that parking requirement will go down, but I haven't seen the revised site plan to know if the applicant is proposing less parking or not.
Okay, well, just further amplifying what was Ms. Rosie just said, there's this, and even though this is not supportive, there's this assumption made that these folks don't necessarily have cars, and if you're talking about somebody 55 years old, they're probably still working. If it's a couple, there's 2 cars there. And so what we don't want to do is find ourselves in a position that, like we have at Wisteria Place today, where they don't have parking and there's, lots of issues with that. So if that's something that we can address, I'd really like to see that. Bless you.
I have something, Mayor.
Yes.
So in regards to the parking, so that would be a recommendation based on the number of the parking spaces, based on the number of units. That would be more of a recommendation. Would the builder still be able to maintain those additional spaces?
Yes, so our code requirement is a minimum. And so from a staff standpoint, when we review it, we're going to review it against that minimum section. If you wanted to stipulate a higher parking number, you could do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the council?
I have a quick question. So we know it's, the apartment is going to be based on income, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just curious what standard is used to determine the income rates and what the rate of the apartment would be?
That may be more appropriate for the applicant to answer.
Yeah, hello again. So the tax credit program has an average AMI of 60% AMI and under. You can do what's called income averaging, which allows us to target up to 80% AMI. But if we set units at 80% AMI, then we also have to set an equal number of units down at 40% AMI. So the product itself, the unit will have a mix of 40% units, 60% units, and 80% units. And then HUD sets the discount to market based off of those AMIs. So we don't establish the max rents, HUD establishes the max rents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, it may be worth applicant maybe defining the word AMI.
Okay.
We
Yes.
can't assume that everybody understands what AMI means.
Income.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do we happen to know, do we happen to know what AMI is for this area?
I don't have that right off the top of my head. I don't know if the applicant knows area median income.
The average AMI for the county is 114,000. At the 80% bar, 2-person family, we're going to be able to target households upwards of mid-60s and under. And then obviously at those other bars, it'll be at lower AMIs or lower rates. Just for reference, this is 55 plus, and it's very possible we would have a 55 or 60-year-old resident. We have 2,500 of these units in our portfolio. We average an 80-year-old resident across the board. So we are generally attracting and finding true retirees, people who are retired, can't keep up with their home anymore. They can sell that home. That is an asset, not an income. It doesn't disqualify them. Now, they sell their home, they've got some retirement money to set aside, and because they are working off Social Security and pension, they very easily meet the definition. We found that in the market study, which draws a 3-mile ring-ish around the site, that there were 2,400 plus senior households, 55 plus, that also meet the 80% bar and under. I'm happy to address those other questions if you want me to, otherwise, okay.
Yes.
Just really quick, we are deciding between a 3 or 4-story building. We will not in any way, shape, or form be over 4 stories with our final development plan, which would come back through your process as we would take further construction drawings and final site plans through your review process. As mentioned, the 80% AMI is the max bar, but we will have units as low as 40%. Parking, the 1.25 is more than enough. We have just done a survey for another development where we surveyed our portfolio, and we will provide that to staff. We're averaging 1.1 residents per unit, so 1 in every 10 units actually has a second resident. 1. 2, we're finding that 80% of our residents own a car. That's translating to a parking load of around 0.8 parking spaces per unit. Normally, we provide at least 1 space per unit. With your code, we're going to be providing 1.25 spaces per unit. So we think we're going to have somewhere in the realm of about 20 to 30 additional spaces, more than we need. And that's a good thing to some extent because it allows us to accommodate an event, an activity. Somebody has a party in our community room. Sometimes we're doing training education where not only our residents can use it, but people can come in outside from the community otherwise and use it. So having those spaces and meeting your 1.25 is a good target. We will have washer and dryers in the units. It is 55 plus, but we do average an 80-year-old resident. And we have a trash room on every floor. Residents take their garbage to the trash room. Our service techs take it out from the trash room to the dumpsters. Thank you. Yes,
just
sir.
quick, I mean, this
Yeah,
is
absolutely.
kind of minor, but so with the trash, so that is empty daily then, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to, it's either daily or every other day.
Every other day? Okay, all right.
Yeah, because with there being 50 units on 4 floors, you only got about 10 units per floor. And so it may be an every other day thing, but it's certainly multiple occasions throughout the week. They're there 5 days a week, so
Okay.
I would imagine it's happening 5 days a week.
All right, all right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we will proceed. Now we will, if there's no more opposition, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I think there are no more questions? There are no more questions?
Right, I just have one quick question. Does handicap spaces cut into that 1.25?
They're included in that number. So based on the total number of parking spaces, there's a number of ADA requirements that have to be included. Does that make sense? So it's not, it won't go above that just to meet ADA. The ADA parking's inclusive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. And now we will close the public hearing. There's no action until the second read. That now takes us to item 7C, REZ 2025-011. This is a second read and public hearing, tax parcel 1804210010 /18024200090. Oak Ridge Commerce Way, request to rezone a 25.97 acre parcel, rezone from MHP to LI for a 300,000 square foot warehouse distribution center. Director Hughes? Okay, Director Garfer?
Back to me. All right, thank you. This is here for second reading and public hearing. So this one has been presented to the council and the public before. It is located on Oak Ridge Commerce Way, and it is for the development of a 300,000 square foot distribution warehouse. This is located where the star here is for a property that is currently zoned mobile home park, and the request is to rezone it to light industrial. You can see here on this map that the area surrounding it is mostly light industrial. There is still mobile home park located to the north, and then the applicant has provided a buffer, and we'll look at that here in just a moment. Future land use for this site is industrial compatible. Again, you can see the surrounding area is mostly industrial compatible, which is consistent with an LI rezoning request, with the mobile home park being located directly to the north. This shows how traffic would be leaving this site. So the area outlined in yellow where the star is located is the site location. This site will connect out to the road Oak Ridge Commerce Way and then out to Oak Ridge Road, which will lead out towards the interstate, either towards Thornton Road or Riverside Parkway. There was some conversation about the preference being for traffic to go towards Thornton Road, and that request has been included in the revised stipulations for this site. Again, this shows where the two access points are to get out on the interstate, with Thornton Road being the preference. Here we have the site plan for the site, 300,000 square foot warehouse. You can see where the detention pond and buffering will be located, and the driveway connection to Oak Ridge Commerce Way. Here is the proposed elevation for the site. Different view. Criteria that is reviewed with every rezoning request. And then staff's recommendation. Staff did recommend approval of this application, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval with stipulations. Stipulations include compliance with the site plan, requirement for buffering to the residential uses. Again, orientation of the building. We want the loading docks and service areas to be oriented away from the adjacent residential properties. Oh, I think it got cut off. That's okay, I have it in front of me. The stipulations are all the same as they were, except for there's one for traffic and access management, saying that we need to look at traffic to make sure that there are no required improvements to the neighborhood areas. And then this is where there's a revision for truck routing and operations. We had said that truck traffic shall be directed to utilize designated arterial or collector roadways. Wayfinding signage and operational plans may be required to discourage traffic through adjacent residential areas. And then the added language is all commercial vehicles with more than 6 wheels or a GVWR exceeding 14,500 pounds originating from or destined for 6784 Oak Ridge Commerce Way shall be prohibited from utilizing Oak Ridge Road as a through route to Six Flags Drive. Such traffic shall be directed via wayfinding signage and internal operational plans to utilize Thornton Road for access to I-20, with no through truck signage to be installed by the applicant at the project entrance in accordance with Cobb DOT and MUTCD standards. There's also stipulations regarding required lighting, noise mitigation. It must meet requirements for stormwater management and must coordinate with utilities to ensure that utilities will be available for the site. Pedestrian and employee safety must be reviewed by staff. They must comply with all environmental compliance regulations. Hours of construction are limited. Any subdivision or expansion of the site would require additional review. The site is required to meet Cobb DOT requirements. There is a stipulation that this site not be used as a data center or a detention center, and that the applicant combine the subject parcels into one lot prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit. The applicant is here to present their application, and this will require the public hearing.
Thank you. All right, and of course this is open public hearing. Applicant, you have 10 minutes to make your case. So.
Good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. I am located at 6330 Peachtree Road Northeast, Clark Hill PLC. The presentation that I sent in?
I don't, is it here?
I sent it in last week.
Did you send it to zoning or?
Mm-hmm, send it to zoning.
We don't have it here.
Don't have it? Okay. All right, no worries. Send it to Chris, and I sent it to the young lady that's in the back that was running it last time. Yeah, I believe so. Nonetheless, so as stated,
This is an application to rezone the property from RMH to light industrial for the purposes of constructing the site plan you see here, which is roughly a 300,000 square foot light industrial warehouse distribution facility with access at Oak Ridge Commerce Way. Throughout this process, we have done outreach to the community. We've gotten a letter of support from the Mableton Improvement Coalition recommending approval of the application along with staff's recommendation of approval and Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Can I move back to the, I want to see, no, I just want to show the elevations. Oh, other way, sorry. There we go. Thank you. So, upon completion of this project, the building will look very similar to this. And as stated by staff, there is a 50-foot landscape buffer that buffers the development from the residential properties, the residentially zoned properties that it abuts. In addition to that 50-foot landscape buffer is additional space between the actual building and those residential properties for increased buffering. To further that point, the applicant has developed a site plan that turns the truck court away from the residential properties to allow for continued and increased noise, sound, light buffering when there's loading and unloading activity going on. In addition to that, the applicant has met with the community on this project to discuss this back in February, and at that time there was, I think, 4 or 5 people to show up at that meeting. No one speaking in opposition. We've been before you a couple of times now, and with all the stipulations that staff has recommended, including the stipulations from Planning Commission, the applicant is completely agreeable to all of those and can confirm right now today that this site will never be used for a data center or a detention center. So with that, we ask City Council for their approval and align with the staff's recommendation and Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
There any more in support would like to speak?
Yes, I'm Steve Young with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. The coalition is generally supportive of this application, subject to the stipulations by the Planning Commission and staff analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more in support? You've got, what, over 6 minutes, almost 7 minutes left. No more in support? Okay, at this time, we'll have those who may be in opposition to the facility. If you'd like to speak at this time, please make your way to the podium.
Phil Barnett. I'm opposed to this building warehouse right now. Here's the reason why. Ron, when I called you, I wanted you to meet me out there because you guys are saying this is industrial, but it's not, because there's a daycare center that's at the beginning of the entrance of the Commerce Road. So if the trucks are coming in and there's an incident at the daycare center or at Walton Reserve with the community in the back with the older folks, how does the fire trucks, ambulance get through 3 o'clock traffic? It doesn't work. You don't need to put this 300,000 square foot in a residential area because it's going to block up the traffic. There's supposed to be a street light on Blair Bridge and Oak Ridge. And I know this area because I adopted the mile. I do the cleanup. So if you're not out there and you got your planning commission and you got Mick saying that this is a good fit for our area, that means we dealing with folks that don't really get it. You have to be in construction to see what's going on here. And you wouldn't put that nowhere else in the area if you was really concerned about the people, right? So it's high time now that you check your folks that's making these decisions in our area. Because when you say show up and speak out, and we show up and speak out, And then you're going to have somebody come in that doesn't know the area, or you got people that work for you that they don't care about the area, right? We got to be cordial. We need to take the steps. And when I make the phone call to you guys, it's not to chit chat with you. It's because I'm on the street and I understand what's going on. But those kids sit on the corner, and no one checked the daycare center about this. And up the road 1 mile, there's another daycare center. So who checked those folks? And what about the elder folks that cross the street when they're walking? Because if you got a heavy load in that trailer, because there's going to be tractor trailers coming through, how are they able to slow down if somebody pulls out the residential area? They're not going to be able to slow down because nobody on the panel ever did DOT work at night. When the trailer is coming down, they can't stop, they can't brake. It's all residential over there. So the Planning Commission and Mick can't support anything that's going on in my area if they never show up to my area. So I'm not talking for me. I'm talking for the people that are not here that don't understand this is happening. Because the insurance lady, she was like, this doesn't make any sense. The daycare center said it doesn't make any sense. And if 5 people showed up, I'm speaking for the 5 people or the 500 people that never show up. We can't do it. This doesn't make sense. And you can meet me out there whenever. We can go now after. It don't make sense. You got me, Ron? We putting the people in danger by bringing tractor trailers in there. Why don't you bring a hospital? That's what we need. The 5 acres I was talking about, the 50 acres that we got, bring a hospital. You don't need no warehouse because we got a data center up the road, draining the energy. This is not a green-friendly project. You can house people with 300,000 square feet, I think. And it can't be a detention center. How did the Planning Commission approve this with tree buffer on 21 acres in my community without checking me? I didn't even know this was happening. I just went out there and double-checked. But when I'm calling, it's not a call to chit-chat with you. It's a call to save the community. Put some sidewalks in before you put a warehouse in the area. And that who's going to be the people working on that? Is it going to be 20% community folks? Because how much is that? Like 20 million maybe to build that? Y'all got answers, man. I want to hear them.
Thank you.
There's 5 minutes left for opposition.
5 minutes left for opposition, so, okay.
Hello again. Phil and I went out together and looked at this piece of property. We had a hard time finding it, number one. I had to make a few phone calls, but they did have a sign on the fence, so we were able to go back and find it. And one of my concerns is the daycare being on the corner with the young children, and the fact that there's already a business operating on that space. They got a lot of storage tanks there. I mean, the site right now looks a mess. But I was told that this particular warehouse would be built further back, I guess up on the hill. But if you've ever been down Oak Ridge in the evenings, you know the traffic. I mean, it's a 2-lane road. And in the evenings between maybe 4, 5, 6 o'clock, the traffic is all the way back to Blair Bridge. I mean, and past going on to Riverside, Riverside Parkway. So to put tractor trailers on a street that's that narrow, I think it's an accident waiting to happen. I mean, and how they have to pull out, like Phil was saying. I mean, we sat there and we watched, trailers pull out. And it's just not safety. It's not a safety net for those children. If one of them were to get loose and run out into the street with the daycare right there on the corner, I don't think that this is a good space, for the warehouse, unless it's going to sit really far back off the street. And I don't think that's going to happen. and take into consideration the traffic. I mean, you guys got to get out and you got to drive down and you got to, you got to look at this. And for Mick to approve this, I don't understand it. I mean, I really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any more in opposition? Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that. I am a citizen of Austell, Mableton. I'm still not sure, but I'm still not. But I agree with him. I live right where he's talking about, and that area, forgive me, is pure hell. It is getting out of my subdivision. I mean, you have to wait. It's like if it's 3 o'clock, you may as well wait till 7, because you're not going to get out. And even going toward Thornton Road, and I'm like you, even with the tractor trailers, at that 4-way stop sign right there, you're lucky if somebody's really going to stop, or if they're going to go behind. 3 cars would go at one time. It should have been a light there a long time ago, and I called about that a long time ago, because that 4-way stop sign just doesn't work at that area. That area is already getting really, really saturated, which is a whole nother story. But to put something like that there, I don't think that'll work. I mean, when I look at it, just that whole area, like you said, that's a residential area. That's my area. And just see what, I'm like you, I don't understand how this was even approved. I don't think it's going to work. The 18-wheelers, it's already enough traffic there already. Getting to Thornton Road is already, either way you go to Thornton Road, it's already too much traffic anytime you go. So I really do oppose this. If we can find something else different to put there, that may be better, but I don't think that facility at that area and that large will actually work there. And thank you.
Thank you.
There's 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left. Any more in opposition? All right, council, do you? I'm sorry? Rebuttal time? Okay.
How much time did I have left?
About 2 minutes? 6 minutes? Okay. All right.
All right, thank you. Well, first I want to say that I appreciate your comments and I appreciate your concerns, quite frankly. I am a resident of Mableton. I live right up the street. My office is just in Buckhead, but I live here, invested here, and a part of this community. So I'm very sensitive to what comes into this community. But I just want to highlight a couple of things. This warehouse that you see on the site plan is in fact off of the road, very far back off of the road. And to the extent that there's a daycare in the area where there's a potential for safety issues, the types of traffic that you will get at a site like this from 18-wheeler traffic or other small box truck traffic will be entering and exiting the site at hours when the children are not entering and exiting the daycare center. Now, I understand that this area does have some residential homes nearby. Other way, this isn't my presentation, you know. No, it's all good, I got it. Yeah. All right, so as you can see on this map, the star is where our property is located. The traffic that will come in and out of this site will be traversing through an area that is already includes industrial traffic and industrial uses all up and down Oak Ridge Commerce Way. Traffic is not allowed to go up Oak Ridge Commerce Way to go any other way. So Oak Ridge Commerce Way to Oak Ridge Road out to Thornton Road is the proposed, or is the stipulated traffic route for all traffic emanating from or heading to this site per staff's recommendation. And then on the future land use map, I just want to point out and remind you all that this site is designated for industrial, along with the other properties in this area. So while there are residential homes in the area, the site itself has been identified by the city and by staff as an industrial area that's supportive of industrial zoning. Same thing with the zoning map. You look at that and you see right now it's zoned mobile home park, right? But all around it is zoned light industrial because there are industrial uses there. There's an industrial plan for this area. The traffic that will come to and from this site will be traveling through already zoned industrial spaces. We will not be traveling through any additional residential spaces. And to respond to your point earlier about where the employees are going to come from. My client, the applicant, is very serious about hiring from within, so to the extent there's a possibility to do so, we absolutely do that. We're not here to try to bastardize the site or to bring in people from anywhere else. We want to make sure that this site is a good neighbor to the folks that are there now, which is why we designed it in the way we did. I wouldn't represent them as a resident of the city of Mableton if they did not take into consideration all the things that make sense about bringing this type of site to this area. I think that's all I've got.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. All right, that being said, okay. Now, council, are there any questions that you have for the applicant?
I do have a question. Can someone point out to me where the daycare and the senior center, or the two daycares, are in relationship to this site?
So the zoning map that was included in the presentation doesn't go far enough south to show everything, but it is zoned light industrial all the way down to Oak Ridge Road. There is a general commercial property that's there on the northeast corner. I believe that would be the daycare center, and it's zoned general commercial, but everything else surrounding it to the north is light industrial, and then where you see Walton Reserve Way, that is the residential development, and you can see where that road intersects with Oak Ridge on the south side of Oak Ridge.
I'm sorry, do you have a pointer? Can you
I don't
point?
think I do. Do I? So, residential here, I'm not that tall, and that building right there on the corner is the daycare. It's zoned general commercial, but everything else, all those warehouses are all light industrial.
And what are the hours of operation? He mentioned that they wouldn't be there during the day when the daycare is open. What hours of operation are we talking about?
Are you referring to like deliveries and stuff like that, or are you just talking about just in general? Okay, so deliveries with an industrial site like this typically happen very, very early in the morning or very, very late in the evening, because they too want to avoid additional traffic. They too want to maintain their safety records and make sure that they're not sitting in traffic all day long or trying to get to another site and they can't get to another site. So those hours are going to be, when deliveries and drop-offs are happening, will be very early in the morning and in the evening. Of course, there'll be some throughout the day, but it would be sporadic. It won't be as significant as it will be very, very early in the morning and in the evening.
So very early in the morning is?
It's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and then in the evening is?
What time? What time in the evening? Deliveries, drop-offs? 9 to 10.
And so you're saying, you said sporadically there would be deliveries in between those times?
Yes, ma'am, but the actual mass, the significant mass of trucks, traffic coming into out the site will be very early in the morning at the times identified and in the evening. So as to avoid additional traffic.
Okay, well, will that create other issues like with the neighbors and, I mean, you know, very early in the morning?
This is why we've turned the truck courts away from the residential
Right,
properties to screen whatever noise that comes from loading and unloading.
Okay.
So, real quick question. So, I don't see the stipulations that you kind of updated and read through. But as we look at the staff recommendation, it makes the comment, a traffic impact analysis may be required at the time of permitting to determine necessary roadway improvements, turn lanes, or access modifications. Is there a possibility to, instead of saying may be required, to actually require that so we know? Because if we look at the map, I agree with what was said earlier. Walton Reserve, while it exits a little bit down the street from Oak Ridge, it's still trying to get into that same area. And if there's no lights or anything like that in that area, then that would be a problem.
So, okay. The final stipulation, just so you know where to find it, is in the ordinance. not in the staff report. So if you look at the ordinance, you should see that. But yes, if you wanted to, in your motion, if you wanted to revise that word to may or shall, you could do that as part of your motion. And then the applicant does have a response as well.
Hello, my name is EJ Thurman. I'm the applicant and the developer. So we actually did do a traffic impact study. We had to do one as a part of our zoning application, but typically get one with every development. In the traffic impact study, the findings were that on a normal day, there's 560 vehicles that pass through Oak Ridge and Oak Ridge Commerce Way, so outside of our development. If our development were to happen today, during the day, there'd be an additional 43 cars and trucks during the day, and then in the evening, there'd be at most 53 cars and trucks. So just wanted to let that be known. Oh, yeah. And then the final results with the traffic impact study. So it said that as it stands, there's minimal concerns and traffic operates at a satisfactory condition. And that traffic impact study was provided as a part of our rezoning application. It was included with Planning Commission. So we have provided that traffic impact study.
All right, Councilor, are there any more questions?
Yeah, but if 43 new vehicles are going through that area and they're big 18-wheeler trucks, that can still be a situation for those the residents and everybody else around that area. So while I understand what you're saying, the numbers, there's still, I think, still needs to be some kind of consideration to turn lanes and lights and all those other sort of things, and making sure that we're meeting that requirement as well.
Understood. And we're amenable to adding in a turn lane, any type of off-site improvements on Oak Ridge Commerce Way, amenable to adding those in, striping, paving, wherever that may be.
I still don't see what
Council, any more questions? All right.
So actually, so with what Councilman Ferguson mentioned, what would be the appropriate language that we could add there in your recommendations for that?
The may is included in stipulation 4. And so the way it reads right now is vehicular access points, including truck ingress and egress, shall be designed to minimize traffic conflicts and neighborhood impacts. A traffic impact analysis may be required at time of permitting to determine necessary roadway improvements, turn lanes, or access modifications. They've already provided a traffic impact analysis, but we could review that further, make recommendations, make sure that city staff agrees with the methodology with that. So you could stipulate shall instead of may for number 4, and then say traffic impact study subject to staff approval. And that's stipulation number 4.
So that brings up a great point. So I have 2 other little questions. Number 1, the statement was made that we were going to make sure because of a sign that we were going to direct traffic the way we wanted it to go. How does that get kind of governed? How do we make sure that that happens, just a sign doesn't do it?
We have to include it as a part of our permitting package, otherwise we won't be able to move forward because it's a part of the conditions of the approval. If that's the question you're asking.
Right, I'm talking about, you put it in there, but then the go-forward plan, would that be a police presence to make sure that that is actually happening, all that sort of question?
I think he's asking about enforceability of it. So if we were to put signs on the site, wayfinding signs, how is that going to be enforced? And I think
ultimately it comes down to, yes, sir. Ultimately, it comes down to the police enforcing the traffic signs, the laws that are, or the information that's on the street signs that might be installed. So ultimately, that's what it would come down to.
Okay.
It wouldn't be us.
So, okay, so that's an issue. But so the other question I have though is about noise mitigation. We're talking about trucks coming in and out, wee hours of the morning, late hours of the evening, and that's to take care of the traffic situation. But then we also have a noise ordinance that we have to be concerned about. And now, does that impede on that, or is the buffer that we're putting in place?
Yeah, that's exactly why we designed the site the way we did, to make sure that we turn the entire truck court. Can I have the clicker? No, I don't know which way to go. Here we go. So as you can see here on the southern side of the building is where the truck court is located, which is abutting an industrial property. On the northern side of the building is where the vehicular employee cars are parked, which is abutting the residential property behind an additional 50-foot landscape buffer and additional space between it. So the reason we designed the site in this way was to ensure that any noise that emanates from deliveries or drop-offs to the site is further mitigated by the presence of the building itself to reduce the noise. We have to comply with the noise ordinance regardless, no matter how we design the site, and we will comply with that and continue to comply with that.
And I guess my question becomes, Oak Ridge Commerce Way, outside of the site itself, as it's leaving, it's got to go past some level of residential.
All the way down Oak Ridge Commerce Way is all industrial.
Except for what's on Ivy Point Road, which is just on the other side.
Well, again, Oak Ridge Commerce Way, the zoning on Oak Ridge Commerce Way is all industrial. Now, we're not traveling up and down Ivy Point Road. Oh, you found it? Perfect.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm not saying that you're traveling down that road. I'm saying that noise in that area is still going to travel at all hours of the night. That's what I'm.
Understood, but these buildings here are located between Oak Ridge Commerce Way and Ivy Point Road with additional vegetative buffering already existing there. Work to provide additional noise buffers between the sites, the traffic, and these residences here. And they're not traveling at a high rate of speed such that you're going to be making a massive amount of noise. Obviously, all trucks make noise, but that noise will be mitigated by the fact that those buildings there buffer that sound as well as the vegetative buffer.
All right. Okay. So, last call. Any more questions from the council? None? All right. And we do vote for the second read. So, we're going to call for a vote, for a motion rather, to approve REZ 2025-11, this tax parcel. All in favor of approval?
Somebody's got to make the motion.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. Yeah, get ahead of myself again. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve.
So, and I need to figure out the best way to do this. I want to add a motion to approve with stipulations to ensure that the traffic impact study shall be done prior to the permitting and
subject to staff approval.
Yes.
And subject to staff approval.
Yeah, because you're referencing recommendation number 4 in the traffic and access management.
Correct. So I'll say it again. Motion to approve this with the stipulation number 4, traffic and access management, adding the term shall be required.
And the additional stipulations.
And the additional stipulations and staff approval.
I'll second.
It has been motioned and duly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
To clarify, did you vote, Councilmember Jeffcoat? You voted no or abstain? Oh, okay. Ms. Herndon voted for it. So I'm seeing 5-1, is that correct?
5-1, correct.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to item 8, the appointments. I don't see that there are any. And next, it takes us to item 9, public comments. Madam President, do you have any public comments?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I have about 10 cards here. So just a reminder, it's 2 minutes per time limit per speaker, and there's a 30-minute maximum, but we will start out with the 2 minutes per person. And I'm going to call your name, and then I'll call the one that's coming up next. And I have them in the order that I received them. I'll try to be courteous as whoever turns them in first. So the first person is Steve Yonk, and following Mr. Yonk is Melissa Adams. And Melissa can be getting closer to the podium as he's speaking.
Yes, I'm Steve Young from the Mableton Improvement Coalition, and I'd like to comment on the unfinished business zoning case. Just as a reminder that we zone property, we don't zone people, which means the zoning continues after people move on, sell property, die, pass it on, and whoever gets it can do whatever they want, subject to the zoning category. And this piece of property inserts very prominently on the northern end into residential area, and should someone come along later on and want to develop this fully commercially, they can cut into that and ruin the value and the legacy of the property surrounding this parcel. And we believe that this should be considered very highly. Also, when you vary from the land use, future land use, the reasons need to be compelling from a practical standpoint. Otherwise, other litigants coming before this council can use this as precedent to make their case, and we can end up with a hodgepodge of zoning, which is not very good for the future development of Mableton. Thank you.
Following Melissa Adams, it will be Steve Friedman.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment about everything that's happening in the area. As far as, and this is just my personal opinion, and we've been residents over here for almost 40 years. We've got a family business over here that's over 30-something years. So when I say that I've seen changes in this area, is not something in the last 5 years. I'm talking about people, I mean, we've been over here. So when people say that our county is, or this area is really improving, and you need to really talk to some of the people that have been here way longer, because those of us that have been here, personally, we don't like a lot of this stuff. When we moved out here, we moved here because of how it was, not how it was going to be in somebody else's mind eye. You know, so just to see the changes that it's happened. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's been some great things that happens out here. I mean, you know, I'm employed by the county. So wonderful things, but just in general, that you're taking the family part away. You're taking the fun part away. When it used to be just casual and nice, now it's like when you walk out your house, it's like, good God. You know, you see people walking down the streets 24 hours a day. I mean, yards are not even kept up. It is just like, it is totally different than what this area has been. And now if you find 3 trees, they're going to tear down those trees and they're going to build something. And we do not get a say in a lot of this stuff. It's like the gentleman said, there are certain things that I do know that we find out. There are some things that we just don't find out until it's happening. And we can't make every meeting. You know, we work, and even if we don't, we just don't know, it's not out there. So I just want to say that just as far as being a resident and a business owner of this area, to me, it is not improving.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Freeman will be Lavella Armstrong.
I'm Steve Freeman. I represent Mableton Masonic Lodge. We're on 90 Veterans Memorial Park Highway, right next to the car wash, the two-story white building. At the Taste of Mableton, we're going to be doing the Georgia Child Prevention Program. There's no cost, takes 5 minutes. What you want to think about it, if the unthinkable happens, something happens to your child, they get abducted, an elderly person wanders away, all the information is put on a thumb drive. We don't keep anything. You keep everything. It's got fingerprints, photos, DNA, and all the information. You would then hand that to the police, and the officer would put it in his computer, and it goes out statewide instantaneously. This is a statewide project that is encouraged or backed by law enforcement, Georgia State Patrol, in the state of Georgia, and it's a nationwide program. It's a safety net. If you have a child going off to college, you're going to worry about them. What are they doing? Something happens. Here again, you've got that thumb drive. It plugs into a computer. All the information's out. I do have some brochures. We're at the Taste of Mableton. We do this every year. This tells us all about it. So if you have any questions, call me, come see me. Come to Taste of Mableton, which is a great thing anyway. And we're also giving away free water because it'll probably be real hot. I'm going to give you one.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Somebody turned in a card and did not put their name on it, but they were wanting to talk about a charter school. So if you, well, you're after Miss Armstrong. Okay. Okay. So Miss Armstrong, and then the next person.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lavella Armstrong. I've been a resident of District 2 for about 20 years now. And one of the major concerns that, we have traffic, and it's kind of overwhelming, but we would like to know, when will there be a grocery store on our side where we don't have to go into the city of Mableton and fight traffic? So those are one of the things that I would like to discuss this evening, or put on the platform for you to think about. But it would be nice to have a grocery store on this side, because I'm Hillcrest and South Gordon, and it is very difficult. The traffic is crazy. Okay, and then there were some other ones, but other people brought that forward, so I don't feel like I need to speak on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then you go ahead, tell us your name, please.
Yes, my name is Makisha Carter. Good evening. Thank you guys for attending today. I just want to let you guys know, for 6671 Mableton Parkway, ahead of time, we have been here 3 times. One thing I'm very important on is family, unity, and foundation. When you plant a seed, you grow, you flourish. You embed that and you spread that amongst your community. So to answer to someone who spoke about, we product traffic, we don't. We never did. We had a turning lane that Cobb County took from us. You also have, in this photo here, where you also have a charter school that have several patients and parents that come across that make illegal U-turns. That's a safety hazard. We never conducted safety. If we're in and we're coming to our actual resident to do our commercial-based product, to do our actual job, we had a turning lane. Cobb County took that. That's a safety hazard for your kid, the next kid, the bus. Traffic, we don't conduct. We never had any traffic. It never held any project up. You all came into the community at a foundation base. We welcomed you. You all brought kids. You all also came over and got haircuts from us. We opened arms, but to push a foundation, a fundamental, a family, a unit, a community, away makes no sense. Make it make sense to me, where if I give you license, citations, documents, but the only thing you oppose is a plan. You want to move me out of something that I planted a seed in, which is not right. It's a unit. I'm a family. Work with me. Build continuity. Make it make sense. Because right now, with you having safety hazards, and I had a turning lane in Cobb County ticket, now the city of Mableton, don't make sense. Give me the right to hold what's mine in my land and let me flourish. Let me bring back what I bought here in 1994 in my community that serviced multiple races, multiple religions, never was biased, welcome, open arms. You can't do that. It doesn't make sense. There's no logic. So help me make sense. Thank you so much for your time. God bless.
Thank you.
Please, let's follow decorum rules. Decorum rules, please. We have Scott Starwitz and then Louise Adams Short.
My name is Scott Starwitz. I represent the SAE School. We are located at 6688 Mableton Parkway. We serve approximately 400 students. We were founded in 2013, and I want to first thank the City Council. Many of our parents have reached out to you, and they let us know that your responses were greatly appreciated so that they felt heard. But we agree with the Mableton Improvement Coalition and the Planning Commission. For us, it's about the safety of the students and the traffic that comes there. We do have our left turn lane blocked so that people do not turn left. I understand that sometimes they do, but they're not supposed to. That is the recommendation from the Cobb County Police Department when they came out and did the traffic details for us. And so the other thing we did as well is we had a traffic study done. The average speed limit in that area is approximately 17 miles an hour over the posted speed limit. And so it creates dangerous traffic there where someone could potentially get seriously injured. And so, again, I'm just representing our parent community and their concerns. And so we are opposed to the NRC zoning, but then are supportive of the temporary land use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Louise Adams Short is Denny Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. I've been in this area for over 30 some odd years. Been a business owner. I've been a business owner for 33 years, located in the same area. I've seen this area change, and not everything for the good. I've raised a family. I have grandkids and great-grandkids. I have plenty of friends and families in this area. I love the fact that we want to grow, but how we are growing is not good for everyone. I see how change has come. The neighborhoods are changing. People are doing things that they didn't do. We used to pride our grass, our yards, and everything. Now all that's gone to the wayside, in my opinion. That's what I say a lot of times, so people won't get upset with what I say, because everyone has an opinion. Some people may not agree with me. Some people are okay with what's going on. I don't like parking on the grass. I don't like trash in the area. Our area has really started to go down because people don't really care. I look at areas where we need traffic lights. There are no traffic lights there. I had kids and grandkids that went to Bryan Elementary School. If you notice now, people come through there doing 70 miles per hour, and they don't obey the blinking light when they should. They pass. I was trying to make a left turn. This person got upset with me and went around the left side of me. And I just don't like what's happening in our neighborhood right now. I just think that more should be done. Yes, I do like development, but development should also take into consideration the lives that and the work and the care that people have put into their homes and their neighborhood. Like I said, this is my opinion. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, but I hope that you all that have started this new city will look around and see what's really going on and how you can really make this area a good area for everyone.
Thank you.
Following Denny Wilson, we have Philip Barnett, but I believe he had already spoken, but if he wants to speak again, Philip Barnett's after Ms. Wilson.
I come before you guys tonight to speak on a word that should be common to all of us: righteousness. I remember one time I had a boss and he gave me a raise and it wasn't what I thought it should be. So what he said to me was, "Denny, it was fair." I said, "But John, is it right?" I mean, because many of you post on Facebook about your biblical verses, how well you read the Bible, then you should know that when God speaks, he only speaks of right and wrong. There is no such thing as fair and unfair. You're either right or you're wrong, and there's no gray area in between. You guys have the opportunity tonight to do what's right. I mean, Leomi Johnson at 6671 Mableton Parkway was dealt a bad blow when her husband had a tragic accident and he was disabled from being able to operate her salon. You want to take the word of one agency in this city that thinks that her total business should be changed, but you don't take into consideration that her quality of life has been disturbed. She's not been able to rent that space. She's not been able to use it. It's been shut down since last year. That's her only source of income, their major source of income. So tonight, you guys got a chance to do what's right. You know, I know we want Mableton to look a certain way. I know we want Mableton to be a certain way. I want that too. But I don't want it at the expense of a family losing their major source of income. I mean, put yourself in her situation. If it were you, would you want your major source of income to be taken away? So when you vote tonight, take that into consideration, because you're putting a family in dire hardship if you guys take away her business. Thank you.
Philip Barnett, and following Mr. Barnett is, it says Leisure Locks by Louise.
So I've been down to the property, right? And by trade of 30 years plus, I'm a contractor, right? So what your folks are proposing is ludicrous, because I spent some money with my civil engineer to go down there and look. And she's like, I'm not going to use the word she's used to describe the decision makers, but you're making a mistake. Because her insurance, and I'm an insurance adjuster by trade, so her insurance is commercial. Her deed is commercial. But here's the bad part. Her husband can't stand up for the wife. Right? So put yourself in his position and tell me what you would do if some school across the street with some lunatic parents are making U-turns on a 4-lane traffic. Or they're parking on her facility, right, that's deemed dangerous, but you're traveling with your kids across 4 lanes of traffic. So this is what it is. It's going to be $250,000 to do what your planning committee commission, to do it right, EPA, structural engineer, civil engineer, the cleanup, to paint the right white. That's what they said. You got to have the right white. Makes no sense because there's 50 different whites, and I'm a painter second generation. So when they take down the canopy, they got to recycle it. So that's like a $116,000 job. They've been out of work forever since 23. So let's divvy it up. Everybody put up 40,000, and let's support the family. The man, they showed me the picture of a cancer victim that they brought her hair back, and we just passed the Crown Act. And those are the folks that have been doing the hair in the community for 25 years. Now you gonna tell them no now? That doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't sit well with me. If you want to reach out before it gets embarrassing, because we call 5 different states from the people that they served, and the Susan
Time is
Coleman,
up, Mr.
and
Burnett.
I understand, but what I'm saying is we got to help the folks by default. Please?
Phil,
I'm asking.
Mr. Barnett, your time is up, sir.
All right.
And the last card that I have is Leisure Lots by Louise.
Hello, I'm Glenda Carson. We have had a family business now for 33 years right here in Mableton, and we're just trying to hold on, y'all. We're trying to hold on. We had a hair salon, and we're still there by the grace of God, and just hard work and determination. I wanted to not only speak for me, my mom, my sister, but for Ren and his family. The property taxes for us are getting out of control. We're trying to hold on for another generation. And I just want to know, what can I do to help us to keep the business going for another 20, 30 years? Yes, I'm only 35, but I'm trying to just... I'm trying to keep it going on for another generation, and it's not only about me, it's about this family right here too, to help them get themselves back to where they are able to provide for themselves. The hair business is a good lucrative business, but it's a lot of different things that's coming in now that no, we're not as profitable as we used to be, but we're still here and we're still surviving. We still want to be in the game too, because without us, the new stylists wouldn't be here. So we just want to keep surviving. But I did say on my card, we do need some guidance in those property taxes. Out of control. There's nothing else I could say. I work in Mableton, I live in Mableton, I own a home. And I'm just trying to just stay in the game. I need help. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any more cards.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is item 10, our consent agenda. Item 10A, resolution updating the City of Mableton classification and pay plan. Yes. Yes. Approve, yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
It has been motioned and duly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, any discussion, I'm sorry. Any discussion on this matter? Okay, next is item 10B. Oh, okay, getting ahead of myself. Okay, so, all in favor for the item 10A?
No, this consent agenda should be all the items.
Okay, consent agenda, all items. Okay, I'm still in training, y'all. Item B, 10B, approval of April.
It's all three, just one motion on it.
Just one.
Oh, just approve the, Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I've just been schooled. Okay, we don't have to go through all of these. So, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Next is item 11, unfinished business, and takes us to item 11A, REZ 2025-009, tax parcel 18039000110, 6661 Mableton Parkway, request to rezone a 2.33 acre parcel to rezone from R20 to NRC for a commercial development. Director Hughes, you have the floor.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. You've already stated the purpose of this unfinished business item. We can make a full presentation, or we can summarize a presentation. Staff, her team is going to lead that discussion, but we also provided some updated stipulations, revised stipulations for this request based on some prior conversations we had earlier this week with the applicant's attorney and with our attorney as well. What is your pleasure in terms of?
My pleasure. At this point, I think a full presentation is in order.
Okay. All right.
All right. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right. I'm going backwards. I'm sorry, bear with me. There it is. Okay, so this case before us is a request for rezoning for property located at 6671 Mableton Parkway. The request is to rezone the property from R20 to NRC. Staff is recommending denial of the rezoning application, but is recommending an approval of a temporary land use permit with stipulations. And I'll go over the stipulations towards the end of the presentation. The Planning Commission also recommended approval of a temporary land use permit with stipulations. Just to go through a brief timeline for this property, the property was constructed on 1975 with Cobb County establishing zoning in the early 1970s. You can see here gas tanks were installed in 1976, gas tanks were removed in 1994. There was a certificate of occupancy issued in 1996 for a hair salon, and then the last date of personal property taxes paid for the hair salon was in 2023, and then 2023 did not have a certificate of an occupational tax certificate issued. That one had expired December 31st, 2022. So what that leaves us with is a property that is zoned R20 with a commercial use, but not a continuous business license. We started conversations with this applicant in February of 2024. Actually, we started conversations in September of 2024, but the applicant has provided that they had attempted a 5-year lease in February of 2024. In September of 2024, we were approached, or zoning was approached with a new applicant for a grocery store, but because there wasn't a continuous business license on the property, that business license occupational tax certificate was denied. We've started working with the applicant in August regarding how to resolve the nonconformity, which would require the rezoning application, and this rezoning started in November. January, the application was heard by the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission did recommend a temporary land use, and then we've started with Mayor and Council earlier this year. Just to remind or go over what a nonconforming use is, a nonconforming use is something that was legally established but is not considered allowable under the current ordinance. The code does specifically say that a nonconforming use is considered abandoned after 12 months. And it also states that it shall be evidence of abandonment if the business license has not been renewed. There was some conversation earlier about tax classification. So this is classified as a C4, which means it is a commercial parcel, and the 4 indicates the land size. This is a tax classification, how the property is taxed. That's separate and different from what a zoning classification is. Zoning classification defines what the use can be. We do have notes that, let's see, that the property is zoned R20. The tax assessor does confirm that they have that record, that it is zoned R20. And just want to confirm that properties are not valued on their zoning category. They are valued for tax purposes on the use. There has been some conversations about deed restrictions, and we did find that there were deed restrictions on the property, but there was a gas station restriction, and that was lifted in 2028, or will be lifted in 2028. Talking about the commercial use, there was no time limit specifically in the deed, but state law does limit that to 20 years. And so based on this research, the deed restriction does not impact any type of zoning decision. Here we see the zoning map. This parcel is the one that has the star located on it. You can see that yellow area, that is the R20 zoning category, and it is surrounded in that area. There is some neighborhood retail commercial across the street, as well as the school that has a general commercial category. Future land use is medium density residential. You can see medium density residential covers that entire stretch of road on that side, and some of it on the other side as well. All right, so looking at Cobb County's history for zoning, there has not been an application filed on this case for rezoning. So what that means is this property has always had the same zoning from the time the original Cobb County zoning map was established in the 70s, and it has always shown as an R20 parcel. I did want to note that Cobb County and the City of Mableton subsequently does have this in a design standard area. Special consideration was placed in Mableton Parkway and Veterans Memorial to have specific design standards. And you can see here where the star is located that it is within the design standards area for Mableton Parkway. Those circles are the clusters of where you have the commercial development, and then there's gaps there in the middle. This shows the specific layout of the site. Here you see there is the main building. There is an accessory metal canopy there on the south side of the site. And then there's the billboard as well as the gas station canopy. Here is the main building. Our records show that it was constructed in 1975. We were not able to locate the permit due to the age of the structure. The existing wall sign, that El Super, that one was not permitted. That has already been removed, I believe. And then our recommendation regarding this main building is to have an approval of a temporary land use permit to allow the continuation of the use of this building, subject to stipulations. Here we have the gas station canopy. That was constructed in 1975. We weren't able to find a permit for this structure as well, and staff's recommendation is this be removed within 2 years of the approval of the temporary land use permit. We'll go into that when I go over the final stipulations, but based on the conversations, there was some concern about, because it was an old gas station, EPD approval may be required, and staff did include a stipulation that said that should there be EPD issues on the removal of this canopy, then the applicant would be able to come back before council to either have that condition removed or extend it out. But we need to get through that to see if that is an issue first. This is the metal accessory canopy. This one was constructed prior to 2008. We couldn't find any permit on file. This is recommended to be removed within 6 months of any type of approval. And then this is a billboard that's located on top of the gas station structure. This appears to be constructed sometime prior to 2008, trying to look at imagery. There is no permit that was issued, and staff's recommendation is that be removed within 6 months of approval. Here, talking about those Mableton Parkway design standards I referenced earlier, talks about the type of signage you want to see in this corridor. Not large billboards, not pole signs. It shows you the areas here with the green checks. That's the kind of signage you'd like to see, monument-style signage, and the ones with little X marks are ones that are not desirable in that area. And so here we did list the existing concerns with signage, the billboard, the window covering, and wall signage, and there is actually an existing pole sign on the property as well. All right, recommending designs, talking about that Mableton Parkway. The idea for that corridor is to have properties that are fronting the property. So it talks about here 2 visible rows of permitted in front of buildings along Mableton Parkway. Primary structure and out parcels shall be oriented toward the street. So here we have the removal of gas station canopy would be more consistent with the site design recommendations in those design standards. And then Cobb County has provided recommendations for this site, should it be redeveloped or just existing concerns with with the current location. So planning staff did recommend denial of the application and approval of a temporary land use permit. And then the idea here, this is going back to the beginning, was that the temporary land use permit would allow the property owner to occupy the property while bringing the property itself into compliance with the code. Where we are, I don't know if it makes sense to jump to that or not yet. I'll keep going. So temporary land use permits, again, those are things that council can consider for things that are generally consistent with the area but are not outlined in the code. But it does say that a temporary land use permit is limited to 24 months except on reapplication. Okay, now we're going into the recommendations, and I'm going to jump over to how we've changed some things too, rather than go through these if that's okay. So generally, again, the idea of staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission's recommendation was to allow the continuation of the use of the site, but bring the property into compliance. Staff's original recommendation was for a temporary land use, which is the 2-year period. And so we do still recommend that, but in conversations with the applicant, we did revise our recommendation to say that the temporary land use permit be limited to a period of 2 years with an automatic renewal if compliance is demonstrated with all stipulations. No renewals will be granted beyond the 4-year period. So the intention behind that language is to allow 4 years for this temporary land use to operate. The 2-year mark would be a check-in just to make sure that they're compliant, and as long as they're compliant and have done what has been stipulated, then they get that second 2 years. So again, the use would be approved for 4 years as long as they meet those stipulations. During that 4 years, what staff is going to be doing is finishing up our comprehensive plan. So the way, and then looking at an additional zoning category. What this stipulation says is that after the adoption of the 2045 comprehensive plan, the city will investigate and develop a zoning category to accommodate neighborhoods serving commercial uses on the sites within the suburban neighborhoods transitional character area identified in the comprehensive plan. So the intention there is, right now, we are recommending denial of the rezoning, approval of a temporary land use permit based on our existing future land use map. The existing future land use, if you remember, did show this as residential. When we're going through our current comprehensive plan process, it may not be residential. It actually is a transition area along that corridor. And so what staff will be doing is looking at a zoning category for that transition area. And so during the time while this business is operating under that temporary land use permit, staff will be looking at a zoning ordinance so that there can be a new zoning category that would fit some type of use in that area, meeting the requirements of the comprehensive plans and the vision that we have for the city. There are some prohibited uses that are listed in our stipulations. Staff has combined some of the restricted uses into one stipulation. So the ones that are prohibited on the site are any automotive-related business, including but not limited to used tire shops, auto emission stations, vehicle repair facilities, vehicle sales, gas station, and then pawn shops, fueling stations, or similar automotive fuel dispensing facility, alcohol, tobacco, or vape sales, CBD items, or gambling-related merchandise. So those uses would be prohibited under this temporary land use permit. The commercial uses shall be limited strictly to neighborhoods serving retail service establishments as outlined in the letter of intent, which include but are not limited to a hair salon, barber shop, nail shop, beauty mart, office space, or a mini mart without alcohol sales. There is a restriction on intensive uses. Uses that generate high traffic volume or operates within extended nighttime hours shall be prohibited to protect the adjacent residential properties. There's a site plan stipulation saying a detailed site plan shall be submitted for staff review and approval prior to the issuance of any land disturbance or building permit associated with any future development or renovation that results in an alteration to the existing impervious surface on the subject site. The site plan must clearly demonstrate compliance with all applicational or dimensional and development standards, including parking, landscaping, and comply with Cobb DOT standards. Those requirements for site plan are triggered if the site is redeveloped. It also says prior to the issuance of any new business license, the applicant shall demonstrate compliance with parking requirements. The reason for that stipulation is to ensure that whatever use is proposed on the site can be parked on that site, that your parking is enough for that use. Staff did review the existing parking on site and some proposed uses such as retail and restaurant. Just for an example, for those, retail would require about 9 or 10 spaces. A restaurant looks like it would require 16 or 17 spaces, and counting on the aerial, it looks like there's 26 spaces on site. So I don't see that meeting that stipulation will be anything difficult, but we do want to ensure, in case there is a use that would be highly parked, that we would have that opportunity to review it. Preservation of existing structures. The existing structure shall be maintained to a high standard in compliance with R20 district's intent for architectural compatibility with neighborhood residences. Demolition and reconstruction of the main building would require new review for compatibility. Number 8, this regards the demolition of the front and rear canopies and the removal of the billboard. So here we are still recommending that the applicant demolish the front canopy structure, which is the larger gas station structure canopy, within 2 years of the approval of this temporary land use permit. But we did add that language that I referenced earlier. Should restrictions placed on this property from the Environmental Protection Division provide hardship in the removal of this canopy, this time may be extended or restriction removed by the mayor and council at a regular council meeting. So that means they would just have to come back before you at a regularly scheduled meeting, and you would have the opportunity to revisit that stipulation based on any kind of environmental restrictions that may be limiting the removal of that gas station canopy. We did have a stipulation regarding buffering, and this one has been modified since the original as well. It says a minimum 25-foot undisturbed vegetative buffer shall be maintained or established along, now it says, the entire western and eastern property lines. Originally, it included, I believe, the northern property line, but that's a wooded area, and there's a drop-off there, and so staff isn't requiring any additional buffering on that property line, just the property lines on the sides of that building. And it also says that no land disturbance or clearing shall be allowed between the building and the northern property line. Again, that's getting at, there's an existing buffer there. We don't need to worry about supplementing that, but we don't want them to remove what's already there. Stipulations regarding lighting control, that all exterior lighting shall be cut-off type, directed downward and away from adjacent residential properties, and comply with the city's dark sky shielding requirements to minimize light trespass. We have access and circulation. The site shall utilize the existing access points from Mableton Parkway. Any modifications to site access or internal circulation shall be subject to review and approval by the County Transportation Department to ensure safe ingress and egress, especially concerning traffic on Mableton Parkway. Hours of operation are limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Monday through Sunday, unless a specific use with different hours is approved by the mayor and council. Parking and maintenance, prohibition of overnight parking not directly associated with the on-site commercial businesses. Any dumpster placed on the property shall be in an enclosure compliant with the development standards. Those are all staff's recommendations for the approval of a temporary land use permit for this site. I do want to say, though, just to summarize some of those revisions, is that instead of it just being 2 years now, it's 2 years with an automatic renewal, so for a total of 4 years. The city is going to investigate and develop a new zoning category so that we can create the rules and regulations for these transition areas that are identified in the comprehensive plan once the comprehensive plan is adopted later this summer. We did alter the EPD language for the removal of the canopy to require or to provide some relief should there be environmental regulations that are making the removal of that canopy difficult. That could come back before council at any regular scheduled meeting for reconsideration. And then on the buffer side, instead of the 3 sides, the buffering is only on the western and eastern side, just with also a limitation of not clearing any additional property. That concludes staff's recommendations for this property. We're available for any questions you might have.
Representative to come speak regarding this matter as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. My name is Deborah Golombieski, and I represent the Johnsons in this application for rezoning. I know that this has been before y'all for a while, and I know you've been considering it. I've been told I have 5 minutes, so I have an awful lot to say in a short amount of time, so I hope that I don't leave anything out. I do want to thank the Community Development Department as well as the City Attorney for engaging in some discussions with us. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reach sort of an agreement on the stipulations on this property, so we're here tonight in front of you. There are 2 important developments that I'd like to talk about first since the last time that we were before you. The first development is that in having these extended discussions with city staff, we have obtained a broker opinion letter from Ms. Ingrid Wells, who is a licensed real estate broker here in the state of Georgia. Ms. Wells is here this evening if you wish to speak to her. She also has her MBA. And Ms. Wells has opined that a 2-year period of time, which your temporary use permit would cover, does not provide an economically viable lease term for a commercial property. And she goes on to say that a 5-year minimum term is standard for a commercial property. I'd like to submit this to the city clerk so that you all have it for your consideration. The second thing that we have is we've obtained a written quote from Imagines Enterprises LLC, and this was actually an estimate to demolish the canopy with the billboard on top, to repair the damage that will be caused by the demolition, to include any consulting, environmental consulting and engineering services that will be required for that job. It also contains wood fencing, extra buffers on the property, and the quote for that work is $256,932. And obviously this is important information because no one, I'm going to venture to say no one, not the current owners, not a tenant, would be able to invest that kind of money for a temporary use permit of 2 years or even 4 years. It is economically unviable for this property. So I'd like to submit both of those for inclusion in your record and for your consideration. I know that y'all generally know about this property, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. This is a great picture for you to look at. This property has several challenges. You'll see there on the far left side of the picture, where the asphalt paving ends, you have about, I don't know, maybe 5 feet beyond that. And beyond that 5 feet is a very precipitous drop-off. the back of this property. It drops into a ravine, and at the bottom of that ravine is a protected stream. In fact, the Johnsons had discussions with a developer several years ago, and when he came and he did his due diligence on this property, and he knew he was going to have to deal with the steep topography and the protected stream, he was not willing to go forward with a redevelopment. So we do have just challenges to this site. I will also say, and staff actually notes this in their initial staff report, that while there is some residential in this area, there are also commercial properties and uses, including an NRC almost right across the street. So, and I will say that the residential that does exist, the vast majority of it, which is north of this parcel, has access not from Mableton Parkway, but from Side Road. So it's this property, and there are two other residential properties, and I use that term somewhat loosely, because one of the neighboring properties was used in the past commercially as an insurance sales office. So it's an indicator that R20 is not the highest and best use for this parcel. In fact, I'd be pressed to find anyone who would build a single-family residence on a 5-lane state highway. You have noise pollution, you have traffic pollution, you have exhaust fumes and pollution, you have safety concerns, you have headlight pollution. It's really highly improbable. Trying to hit the high points here because I know I have limited time. It's when we had discussions with city staff and the city attorney, we had made a proposal that we thought was really reasonable, which was, well, I mean, of course, the Johnsons would like their application for rezoning to be approved. And they are not opposed to certain reasonable conditions. And I can go through the list of those conditions. Many of them, such as the uses, they are agreeable to, the lighting, they're agreeable to, things of that nature. But when you start talking about a $260,000 infusion of cash to a property that even under the most recent 4-year suggestion might not be commercial after that, that's a tremendous amount of money to invest in, when we don't have a guarantee that that zoning is going to change in the future. And although I believe that y'all will be looking at it and the city will be studying another, classification for these transitional properties, that is no guarantee to these property owners or to a tenant. And so we think that's problematic. Our suggestion as an alternative was the adoption of a text amendment that would have amended your temporary use permit ordinance, and we provided sample language that would have allowed the city council to exceed the 24-month period if the applicant made a showing that that 24-month period will still result in economic unviability, such as in this case. Now, we thought that was reasonable because it wasn't going to open the floodgates to everyone in the city being able to get 5 years or 6 years or whatever it was. It would give the city council the discretion upon the applicant making that showing, which we've made through Ms. Wells's broker opinion letter, for you all to exercise your discretion with regard to this application and grant a longer use period. 5.5 years, 6 years, that would allow a certain amount of time for any extra buffering or lights that needed to be put in, things of this nature, and then a 5-year commercial lease term. We thought that was reasonable, but, the staff had concerns about that, of course. So we believe strongly that, currently, the Johnsons have literally been placed in a catch-22 situation because the property is zoned R20, but was never developed residential. It has, since at least the mid-1970s, for over 50 years now, this has been developed as a commercial property. You could not reside there if you wanted to today. And if you did want to, the economic investment required to convert it makes it economically unviable. And so they can't live there, but the city won't let them use the property commercially because it's zoned R20. So this is the definition of a catch-22, and it literally results in a complete taking of this property under federal and Georgia law. So we believe strongly that, and the Johnsons hope that they don't have to litigate this further, but we feel confident that if we did, they would be able to prove, and the standard is this. I want to state the standard very clearly. As you know, you, as a zoning authority, your decisions are entitled to a presumption of validity unless a petitioner can show that the zoning classification is a significant detriment to the petitioner and is insubstantially related to the health, safety, morality, or general welfare of the public. This property has been used commercially for 50 years without fanfare, without allegations that it was a safety problem for the community. And those who are suggesting that there are safety concerns have actually produced no evidence of that, merely their conclusory statement as to that. The other thing I would like to say, and I'm going to refer you specifically back to staff report. And in the staff report, under Section 2, Comprehensive Staff Analysis, the staff has gone through very, very well and listed the 6 factors, the standards that you all are to consider as the zoning authority here. And this one in particular is very interesting. If you look at all 6 of them, on the whole, they favor the Johnsons very strongly. And I will say, number 6, that staff concluded, supporting grounds for approval exist because the property is a historically commercial structure facing significant financial hardship due to its conflicting R20 zoning and C4 commercial tax status. It's in staff's report. And so, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I will say 2 other things. One is, staff has indicated that they think that this might be an unlawful spot zoning if you were to grant their application for NRC. And in my opinion, that's an improper reading of Georgia law. In fact, spot zoning hasn't been dealt with in a Georgia case since 1987. And there's actually an old 1980s case, it's called Bobo versus Cherokee County, Georgia, where the applicant in that case was seeking to rezone his property for use as a convenience store. And the county said no, we can't do that. That's spot zoning. And the Georgia Supreme Court said, no, we think you're wrong, because spot zoning has to have two components. One is the use that you're seeking has to be different from the surrounding properties. Here, we don't even have that. As we saw on the zoning map, there are several commercial and NRC properties in this general vicinity. And the second thing that spot zoning requires is that there must be detriment to other properties. And I go back to the fact that this property has operated commercially for 50 years without complaint. And to use that as a justification for spot zoning, if it even exists in Georgia, which it doesn't, the standard is the one I read to y'all, would be an incorrect reading of the law, in my opinion. So to take off from a very persuasive comment earlier tonight, the Johnsons respectfully request that the City Council do what's right and approve their application. As I mentioned, they are not opposed to some of the stipulations that staff has recommended. Those relate to use, the uses that city staff, the restrictions the Johnsons will agree to. They're not going to operate this at nighttime hours as a bar or a car wash or any use that's going to generate extended nighttime hours or high traffic. They, of course, as we've indicated, the canopy discussion, and I will note that that billboard on top is actually affixed solidly to that canopy and has electric running up to it. So it's not quite as easy to deal with that separately. But the cost that we've received to demolish that and repair what's left is economically unviable for this property. They agreed to the exterior lighting stipulations. They agreed to use their existing access points, which work quite well. They have, 2 points of access, and they agreed to business operation hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So, the reasonable stipulations, of course, they can agree to, but they would ask that you approve the application as made. Thank you.
All right. At this time, and again, thank you, Madam Attorney. We appreciate the information. Well, at this time, what we will do, we want to make a motion to
Before we make the motion, I just had a question really quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Council, you have any questions?
I wanted to ask, the estimate that they mentioned for the canopy, was that just one estimate that was done? How many estimates were done on the canopy?
That was one estimate, yes.
Do you plan to get other estimates so that there's an average?
Ms. Johnson, did you have any comment on that? We haven't discussed that.
Okay.
Council, are there any more questions?
Excuse me, I actually have a question, but I'm not sure if I can ask it here. I'm not really sure.
If you have a legal question, you can certainly ask. You
Oh,
do have
okay.
the right to go to executive session, but I can answer questions publicly as well.
Okay, so I have a legal question with respect to the case that she stated where you can have like a special exemption based on like hardship, but it would not create a situation where everyone can come and say, hey, this is what I want to do. So I just want a little bit more clarification about that, if you know what it is that she's talking about.
So my understanding is that the argument is that there's the existence of a hardship would support giving the zoning classification that the applicants want. One of the issues here today is you have interests that you have to weigh. Obviously you have the applicant's interests, and they've conveyed those interests, and I think those interests are credible. They are legitimate. They are part of life, period. I think the applicant, as well as any business owner, would have an interest in making sure that costs for the way they operate are within reasonable parameters, that operations are not too burdensome. So it's a balancing test. It's looking at the interests of the applicant and weighing that. I actually have it's hard for me to talk with this in my mouth, so I'll take my candy out. I have a mint in my mouth. But so you have to look at the interests of the applicant, and you can look at those hardships, but you cannot allow the interests of the applicant to surpass the interests of the community. And I think here, it's not, the staff recommendation here is not to say we don't want this rezone commercial. That's certainly not the intent of staff. It's not the intent of anything that I've done. It's the interests here are, one, to give the council the time to look holistically at this entire corridor, because what will happen is that if you rezone this property just based on the interests just of the applicant, everyone who is similarly situated within this corridor will come to you potentially and have a similar expectation. Their expectation will be, if I have business burdens, if I have dilemmas that are going on, irrespective of the impact that this may have on the surrounding community, we would like you to do similarly for us what you've done for this applicant. And I think here today, we do have a family who I think it's very clear to everyone in here, who is very loved by the community. They've been a very strong support system for the community to come back and support them in the way that they're supporting this applicant. I think that that's very clear here. But I think even above and beyond that, you still have to look at the interests of the entire community. And there are two things in particular that you have to look at. And actually, before I say the two things that you have to look at, I will say that the issue of the cost to tear down or to replace the canopy, that's going to be the same cost whether you rezone or not. Because whether you rezone to commercial or whether you keep it residential, that canopy is still an issue. It's still non-compliant with the code. And you cannot keep a canopy in that condition with that facade there in Mableton forever just because the burden to repair is substantial. You just can't do that. That wouldn't be sound, reasonable, or practical. So whether you permit the rezoning or whether you do a temporary use permit, that canopy will have to be addressed. You do have a burden to not be arbitrary. I don't think you've been arbitrary here in any capacity. I think that your staff has been incredibly accommodating. I think that you've listened to the community, that the council has listened to the applicant. The council has allowed the applicant to even come back today. Today was not a public hearing, but you allowed the attorney to share information. That was my recommendation too, to allow the attorney to come and speak on behalf of the applicant. But there are two issues that impact the community as a whole that the city is looking into, and those two issues is, one, you have to look at what is the best decision, not just for this applicant, but for this corridor. You have to look at that. You cannot rezone this in isolation of the rest of the community. Now, while this applicant is here, it appears to me that there's probably going to be no issue while this applicant is here. But we have to remember that zoning runs with the land, not with the applicant. So that means that if this property is rezoned and someone comes in, it's going to open a floodgate at what can come into that area adjacent to properties. There is not a single zone commercial property that is adjacent to this property. Every single parcel adjacent to this property that shares a boundary line is zoned residentially. There are a number of people who live near this parcel. So you have to look at, if we change this rezoning, are we okay with whoever is entitled to come as a commercial business? Are we okay with them bringing their business next to these residents? And I would suspect that if you polled the residents and you said, forget about this particular applicant, but let's just say we have someone who wants to come put a liquor store, or let's just say we have someone who wants to put the most undesirable thing that's allowed in commercial zoning in this location, are you okay with it going there? You'll probably get a resounding no. So with what the applicant wants to do, there appears to be community support, but you have to remember that zoning runs with the land. So if you open the box to allow commercial in, you have to allow it in, because then you'll be violating any future purchaser's right if you deny them the ability to have what everyone else can put there who has commercial zoning. So I think at this point, what our goal was to say, let's look at this area holistically, but let's also not look at it in a way that prevents the applicant here from being able to continue commercial operations, because staff, myself, no one wants to, and it appears to me that even the council, no one wants to go towards a direction where you have to say you cannot operate commercially, and that's not what's being said today. The council, through the recommendation of staff, have created a solution to where the applicant can still operate commercially. They can do that. The code anticipates that we're going to do it for 2 years, but the council has allowed this particular applicant to have an automatic renewal. So if they comply with the conditions, you can even go to 4 years. But the good part is that the problem's probably going to be resolved in the near future, even without having to go for 2 years, because this council has been committed to having an exhaustive review of the zoning code to fix the reason that we're here today, and that is the lack of oversight and the lack of attention to this specific area that has created a condition to where you have property that has been operating commercially for a lengthy time that is not commercially zoned. That is not a creation of this council. That is not a creation of this city, but that has been exposed through the city's creation and looking more narrowly to what's going on with Mableton. And the staff recommendation would be to allow the city to look at this holistically, to not rezone to commercial to where you allow anything that fits within commercial zoning to go to this location, but to still give the applicant the ability to continue to operate commercially until we're able to look holistically at the rezoning. That is what we've attempted to accomplish. And again, we've put accommodations because there were issues that were brought up that the EPD may make this not cost effective. So my recommendation, actually, when I was on the phone with the applicant's attorney, is I said, let's put a stipulation in. Let's say if the EPD does in fact make this non-cost effective, because right now that's not a problem. The EPD is not a problem right now. The EPD has not told anyone formally that we're going to give you problems and we're going to make this a substantial cost to you. But we did agree to change the conditions and say, look, if the EPD gives you something concrete, if they give you something formal, then come back to the council. Come back to staff. Let's try to accommodate you, because the EPD may give you something formal and concrete before we redo the zoning code. So we did put that as a stipulation. But I would just be hesitant in my recommendation to just open Pandora's box and to allow commercial to come, because the applicant can sell the property. That's the reality. The applicant is not committed to stay at that location. And while today, I don't plan to sell my house within the next month, but the reality is that I can sell my house tomorrow. I can sell my house in 2 weeks, and I have absolutely no plan whatsoever to do it. And it sounds like the applicant has no plan right now whatsoever to sell the property. But you still have to look at the fact that legally the applicant can do that. And if that happens, you do have a responsibility to make sure that the surrounding residents are protected if a new owner does not have the character and the integrity that this particular applicant has. And I think that's part of the consideration for the council to weigh tonight.
So as part of like a NC designation, do we not have the ability as a city to put in stipulations for new businesses that come in to say we don't want a liquor store, we don't want to, some of these undesirables? Or does NC mean that whatever is in that designation can come, even if it is an undesirable business?
Well, so you would open it up commercially, and then you'd have permitted uses. So under your commercial classifications, you designate what's permitted and what's not permitted. So it would be subject to those classifications that you've designated and codified.
Okay, so it's not the case that we have to worry about certain businesses coming in if we designate that we don't want those type of businesses in?
Yes, and that's going to be part of the zoning rewrite too, because right now Cobb County, for the zoning that's requested, right now Cobb County has put a laundry list of things that they say these can't come in, but they've also put a laundry list of things that can come in. And part of the looking at the zoning code exhaustively is going to be the council looking and saying, do we agree? Do we agree with some of the things that the county says can't come into this area? Do we agree that they should still be excluded? And some of the things that the county does permit to come in through the zoning that they're requesting, do we think that they probably should not be allowed to come in? So that's going to be part of looking comprehensively. I know that staff is very engaged, and they're very, I'm not going to use the word excited, but they do want to clean up some of the lack of oversight that has resulted in just unfortunate scenarios for this area. And again, one of those unfortunate scenarios is having a commercial structure that has multiple commercial apparatus with no permit for any of this apparatus. There's no known permit in record or that the applicant has provided to us for the canopy. I mean, it appears on the record that the canopy was put up unpermitted, that several of the structures here were put up unpermitted. We have no record of any oversight with respect to a lot of this stuff. So the council, to me, it appears that there has been a lack of attention to this area for several years. I mean, the applicant registered, paid taxes commercially, but the reality is that the area is not zoned commercial. I do know that the council plans to address that. You plan to fix that. You plan to give it very focused and intentional oversight, but I would not fix this isolated from the rest of the community. I think when you look at what you're going to do for this corridor, you need to look at it holistically with every neighbor in mind. And you need, I would suggest having a public hearing. A public hearing when you redo your zoning code and finding out from the neighbors, what do you not want to come here? Because right now, there is a list of property that there is a list of uses that if you rezone this and the applicant did sell, they would be able to come and put their business or their facility there. So I think it's worth asking the community, what do you not want to see here? What do you want to see? And having those asks demands that you look at this holistically and not isolated. So if I don't know of a solution to that it's going to be a tremendous cost to fix the canopy, and that's just because, like I said, the canopy is going to have to be addressed no matter what you do. If you rezone it, the canopy still can't stay that way for perpetuity. If you don't rezone it and you do the temporary, the canopy can't stay that way for perpetuity, but here you have given leeway for the applicant to not have to fix the canopy immediately. You've given 6 months to remove the billboard, and then you've given the ability to come back if the EPD tacks on other substantial costs, and then another 1.5 years to even get to trying to remove the sign from the ground. And then the hope and the goal is that within those 2 years, you will be able to look exhaustively and holistically at this area and to get feedback from other residents as to what they want to see, not only in that parcel, but all the other adjacent parcels, if you do open up this area to be commercial. Because right now, rest assured, because of where this land lays, when you open this area up to become commercial, there's going to be commercial interest. It's frontage. You will have businesses when you open this up commercially who will want to relocate here, and you have to look at what you want to come here before you open that Pandora's box. So we would request that you approve staff's recommendation, that you continue to allow the business to operate commercially. We don't want to stop that you give them the flexibility to do it up to 4 years, and that the council continue with its plan in the meantime to look holistically at this corridor.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Any more questions by the council?
So yeah, I just want to make a statement. Thank you, Madam Attorney, for your comment. This particular planning and zoning case, just for me, was not an easy decision. You're dealing with, we talked about the non-conforming use in comparison to the grandfather situation. And it wasn't just for me simply approving or denying a request. It required careful weighing of the policy, the precedents, and the human element for me all at the same time. On one hand, we are responsible for upholding the zoning laws, as our attorney mentioned, and ordinance that guide our city as our city grows and develops. But these policies are in place, obviously, to protect the integrity of our neighborhoods, ensure that we're being consistent, as well as align with our long-term vision. On the other hand, this case involves a business, the Johnsons, that have operated for decades under a grandfather, under a particular status, and they experienced a serious hardship unexpectedly. And so this was not a situation of intentional non-compliance. It was a situation that was shaped by real life experiences, and that's a human element that I want to make mention of. At the same time, as our attorney has mentioned, we do have to consider the broader impacts of our decision. Every exception we make has the potential to set a precedent. And as a new city, we have to be thoughtful about those standards and what we establish and those expectations we set moving forward. So the question is, what do we do at this moment? And then also, what does this mean for the future of our city? We have to find the balance between compassion and accountability. I think that's critically important, and between supporting a small business owner in a time of need, and then also maintaining the integrity of our zoning framework. So that's why for me that this decision was incredibly difficult, because it requires us to lead, obviously with our heads, but also with, with our hearts. And so my hope is that we can continue to look forward in ways that we can strengthen our policies, which Amelia mentioned. We talked about the transition area, the zoning categories, that aspect, utilizing that. And so we're aware of what needs to happen when it comes to future land use and some of those changes that need to be made. So if there are no questions at this time, I do want to make a motion to support the recommendation of the staff for the 4 years, which is the 2 years with stipulations, and then automatic renewal for the additional 2 years for a total of 4 years, so that, and also allowing us enough time to go back and look holistically at our future land use.
All right, the motion has been made.
I second.
The motion's been made and duly second. All in favor? Say aye.
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 Any questions?
Oh,
Any questions?
Any questions? I thought we just went through discussion. Okay. Okay. Is there any discussion?
You're on.
I just want to make a statement that to the family, that this was not easy for us whatsoever. And I understand the situation that you all are in personally. And in my heart, I believe that the way that I'll be voting is in such a way that, to me, supports you being able to continue to run your business or find a tenant, however it is, whatever approach you're going to take. But it sort of meets you halfway while we work on an overarching solution, as our staff has mentioned earlier, our attorney, and even Councilwoman Jeffcoat. So I do want to acknowledge you and just express that this certainly wasn't easy for me. And so that's just a statement I wanted to make.
All right, and since we're making statements, I'm going to make one briefly here too. First, I'd like to say, with all respect to the family, what you've been doing in terms of operating the business and its contribution to the community, hats off to you. Now, I will say this. I want to make this clear. First, this is not a black and white decision for anybody here on this council. It's not. It's not easy. I don't think anyone up here is going to say that this has been an easy choice or an easy decision at all. We've been elected here to try to direct the city, put in a certain direction, but that does not mean we've lost any part of our humanity either. I've driven this whole city a number of times and seen a lot of different things, and it's not necessarily, I don't restrict it just to my district, because you are Mableton, but so are we. When we see things that are not right in the city, or things that need to be improving, and that's just like you see it too. And these things, just like they affect, well, I'll put it like this, for me, whatever, the things that affect you out in Mableton, they affect me, because someone said it just a little while ago, that I think the attorney said that there was things that have not been addressed in this city that needed to be addressed a long time ago. And this situation is not, it was not brought about by the city itself. It existed long before this. And we're here to try to address these and make them better, despite maybe some people thinking that we're not moving ahead or that we're not, or we don't hear. Believe me, we hear. I haven't taken a vacation in 3 years, so I do so I do hear. But the thing is, it's not an easy decision for anybody, I don't believe. We do hear you, and our hearts are with you. And we're going to do what's best holistically, as the Madam Attorney said. But it's not that we don't hear you or we don't care. We don't care. So it is a decision that's not easy for, I believe, anybody. And with that being said, I think the motion has been made. Anybody have any other comments? I don't think so. Well,
I mean, while we're out there making comments, let's go ahead. Whatever happens in this vote at this moment, I don't believe that there's a victory or a defeat in this situation. There's some work that has to be done, both on our side and the property side. We all understand that. We all realize that. The most important thing was the ability to get back to work and get back to actually being able to run a business out of this property. And that was the number one goal of all of the discussions that have been had. Now, specifics around all the other stuff and what we need to do over the course of the next couple years to maintain and get into compliance is a different kind of conversation. But at the core of the conversation, it was, number one, how do we get you back in business? How did we get this business back up and running? Because it is a pillar of this community. It is a viable piece of this community. Now, the other part that I want to bring up is the same effort that we are putting into this individual case is the same effort that we're going to have to put into how do we address those transitional periods that we have throughout the city along Mableton Parkway, along Veterans Memorial. And those conversations are things that once you see the comp plan and as that gets created, you see the work that has to be done to update the code, the zoning and the building codes and all of those sort of things. So that is what we have to go do now. But at the same time, we want to get a business license back in place so that we can get the business itself back up and running.
All right, so I'll ask once again, are there any more questions, comments by the council? No. All right. And I think the motion's been made, right? Okay, and seconded. And you seconded by Councilman Ferguson? Okay, so we'll take it to vote. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And could you clarify the motion for record for could you clarify the motion for Susan for the record? She just wants to confirm that you included stipulations in the motion.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I did.
Say it again.
Yeah, she did.
Well, can you read back what you have?
I took quick notes. Motion to support recommendation of staff, the 2 years auto renewal, which would make it 4 years with stipulations. That's all stipulations, the last ones that came through, the updated ones.
As of April 22nd. Do we need to say that?
And to clarify that it's an approval of a temporary land use permit, not the rezoning.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and the ability for them the applicant to come back before council regarding hardship.
Yes, all the stipulations that you have listed.
That's one of the stipulations.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay. And we voted, did I get everybody's hand? Okay, okay, all right, so.
Can you recount the votes since I was talking to the
Yeah.
attorney?
Did they vote?
Is it 5-1?
Did they vote?
Yes.
5-1, yes.
The no was,
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Herndon.
You go. Yes. Okay, well, the ayes have it. And I'd like to have a motion, call for a motion to have a bio break. We've been here, it's about 10 o'clock. I believe somebody may, from
Yes.
the council, need to.
I'm happy to do that. I'd like
5 minutes.
to make a motion for a 5-minute bio break.
Can I get a second? All right, it has been motioned and duly second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Returning back from our break, entertain a motion to, let's go back into the council meeting, follow the order.
Motion to come out of our recess.
Can I get second? Okay, it's been motioned and duly second. So our next...
All in favor?
Oh, yeah, all in favor? Aye. All right, no opposition. Okay, that takes us to item 12, new business. Starting with item 12A, consideration and approval of a resolution to amend the urban redevelopment plan for the city of Mableton urban redevelopment area and for other purposes. And our city attorney, you have the floor.
So Mayor and Council, this item is requesting adoption, as the Mayor Pro Tem has stated, to an amendment to the existing URA plan. And the URA plan was circulated. You had a public hearing earlier this week. That public hearing was noticed with the Marietta Daily Journal. So there are two substantive amendments to the plan, and those amendments are the creation of URA areas 3 and 4. And if you look at the plan that's in the agenda, that starts, if you look at page 8, it gives you just additional detail on what these areas are. And then area 3 is next to Mableton Town Square, and it's outlined, the boundaries are outlined in red, and it includes a mixture of zoning classifications, for example, R12, RM12, RD, GC, NS, CF, CRC, LI. So that would be the first additional area that's included. And then if you go to page 9, the second area that would be included or that would be added to the existing plan would be URA area 4, and this is near Lions Club Drive. This would give the city the ability to, if you recall, the city did bond obligations and certain financing to make improvements to these areas. This would give us the flexibility to include these areas within any rehabilitation and redevelopment that you do within the limitations of those bond amounts. I mean, obviously, you've been very careful custodians of the funds that are before you, and you did not obviously get bond debt, in the amount of $100 million. So you don't have, a huge pot of money to influx on this area, but you do have a considerable amount to where you can prioritize improvements. You can prioritize capital improvements, acquisitions, just doing things to make this area, just to reduce the blight within this area. And if you look at, scroll down to pages
17.
Yeah, look, it starts at 17. Okay, thank you, Councilman Ferguson. That sounded like you. Yep, so 17, you can see that these are some of the illustrative photos of just some of the dilapidation, the lack of development within the area. So the request tonight would be to approve this amended plan, and then to, again, with direction and guidance by the city manager, your code enforcement department, and your community development to prioritize the expenditure of funds within these areas.
All right. Is there any discussion? Council, any questions? Discussion? No? DJ, you about to say something? No?
I'm ready to
Okay.
make a motion.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion for the approval of item 12A.
I make the motion to approve.
I'd second.
It has been motioned and duly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. That takes us to 12B. This is a first read, an ordinance amending Article 5, Finance of Chapter 2, Administration of the City of Mableton Code of Ordinances, and for other lawful purposes. Director Ellis, you have the floor.
Okay. You know me, I like to be fast, so good evening, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This will be amendment to some of the sections within your financial management policy that was adopted back in April of 2024. There is some wording within a certain number of the sections that don't align with the charter, so we went through them, and there's 4 sections that will be updating. Section 2.52 pertains to the fiscal year budget calendar, and this section calls for an annual budget to be proposed at least 2 months prior to the start of the city's fiscal year, which conflicts with the charter, so this is updated now to reflect the same wording that's in the charter. Section 2.54, budget and ordinances. In this section, policy provides for the unassigned fund balance of at least 2.5 months of prior fiscal year actual or budgetary expenditures. We've amended this to reflect 3 months or 25%, which is what council has been reflecting within your budget as your minimum targeted level. Section 2.55 is regarding municipal fund balance. In this section, the policy states that an ordinance or resolution shall be adopted at the public meeting, advertised in accordance with the procedure set forth in Chapter 81 of Title 36 of the OCGA. This also conflicts with the charter, and we will be amending it to reflect the budget adoption through ordinance only. And last but not least, Section 2.512 is operational guidance, and throughout this section, the initial recommended fund balance is referenced, and it's just aligning with the sections that we made in the prior section regarding fund balance in 2.55. If you have any questions on this is the first read, so you'll see it again on the May 13th council meeting. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
No questions? No questions? Okay, well, thank you, Director Ellis.
Thank you.
We
I'm
appreciate
saying I
it.
got one more.
Oh, that's right, you have one more. Okay. This takes us to item 12C, first read, an ordinance approving the City of Mableton procurement policy and for other lawful purposes. And the floor is yours again.
Again, this is updating the city's financial policies. We're trying to complete most of those, hopefully getting through the end of this fiscal year. Per section 6.32 of your charter, the procurement policy prescribes procedures for a centralized purchasing program as part of the finance department's role to provide a financial management program. So you will see in your agendas the first read for this procurement policy. This unified policy will enhance compliance, reduce audit risk, and create procedural consistency across all of our city departments. This was originally had a first read way back when, in August 30th of 23, by, I believe, City Attorney had presented it. We didn't have any finance staff, so we aligned the current policy with City of Alpharetta, which has a pretty robust policy, but updating some special areas like adding sustainability, adding vendor preference so that we have a preference for Mableton vendors and things like that, more modernizing it. But that's the gist of your purchasing policy. And if you have questions or have comments or feedback, please reach out to me. This will be the second read on May 13th, so I can incorporate anything you might recommend. If you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ellis. That takes us to item 12D, consideration and approval of a resolution to apply to the state and local cybersecurity grant program and for other lawful purposes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I can speak to that one. This is obviously from the IT department, and it has a match, and anytime we have a grant that requires a match, we come before the council to get approval, 30% match. And we did ask what was the potential of this from our grant retainer, Chris Brewer, funded forward. He stated it can be anywhere from 100,000. I believe he mentioned somewhere several hundred thousands. That this grant is from the Department of Homeland Security, meant to strengthen local governments, state governments, their ability for strengthen their cybersecurity capabilities. So I think we're going to take a shot at it and see if we can get this grant and see what funding is available to make sure our cybersecurity is tight. Not that it isn't, it's pretty strong now, but I'm quite sure with Director France and our IT knowledge in the city that we will find good use for this if approved, and then come back to the council for a second approval for the budget, if we were awarded. And I'll try to answer questions. I can answer questions about budget, finance. I can't answer questions about cybersecurity.
Where's our director?
That's a great question, Mr. McNeely. I should really answer that question. He is not here, and I will find out why he was not here.
Who are you asking?
I was asking where the director was, our IT director.
Oh, he had a family emergency. Yeah.
All right, so I'd like to entertain a motion for consideration and approval of item 12D.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 12D.
I second.
All right, all in favor?
Oh,
Any discussion?
Oh, any discussion?
so the one question I have real quick is if this will still have to come back through once we get it awarded, and then to say what the project is, project cost and all that, and what that 30% looks like.
And I may defer to our finance director on how that works, if you can explain.
Thank you, Councilman. This is also another policy we're working on, grant policy. This is the first phase where we're asking for your approval to apply, knowing what the obligation of the city might be. If we are awarded, we will have to come back to you, because we now will have a multiple grants fund, and we will be showing where that money's coming from for the match. So that will come back at a second time if we are awarded the grant, so you know what the exposure to the city is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Any further discussion? Thank you. All right. So again, was that seconded? It was, okay, it was made and seconded. Call for vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, now we go to item 15. Any other business or discussion? Is there any?
Yes. 13.
Oh, that's right.
All right, can you hear me? Council, actually, there was some discussion, you may be familiar with this. I'm asking for a resolution to be added to the tonight's council meeting, approving the city manager to move forward with a furniture purchase for the court. And let's tell you why I'm doing this. The council already approved the budget for the court and our facilities budget. That's been already approved. But we have there was a resolution that restricts the city manager from expending any amount, even if it was approved, over $50,000, without coming back and let the council be aware that I'm about to expend $50,000. I will say we may need to start moving that, because this one is time sensitive, and there's some purchases that are just going to exceed $50,000. But because we still have that rule in place, I wanted to come before you and say, why now? Why can't it wait till May 13th? Well, we do have a timeline with furniture orders. You got to get a lead time. We believe the court's going to be ready. We want everything timed that once the court is physically ready, that the furniture's in place and things happen. Waiting until May 13th would have just set us back 3 more weeks, and so I was looking to get a resolution approved, authorizing the city manager to move forward with the purchase of the furniture not to exceed $100,000. And let me add, the budget for furniture in the court is $100,000. We got a state contract. They've done some negotiation through our procurement department, and I believe they got it somewhere around $78,000. But since that's above 50 and it's under the budget, still need to come and let the council know. That's just one item on that. So I can entertain any questions as to why I'm asking you to approve this, a resolution to approve this tonight. Let's allow the city manager to move forward. Any questions?
I guess my only ask is that if we could receive it sooner, I know we had a work session on Monday, so we met all day on Monday. And so we knew we needed this, then, you know, it would have been an opportune time at that time to discuss and request it. So as opposed to, you know, not having enough time prior to the meeting today. So it'd be great going forward if you know, we get a request that it's, you know, prior to our not on the day of the meeting, but, you know, prior to.
Oh, trust me, ma'am, I wouldn't come to you on a date and meeting unless I found out myself at the last minute that this hadn't been approved by council. What happens is, when we go through a procurement process and the budget is already approved, we got a project manager, Chad Kastner, and he's moving forward, and they're going out, and so there was an understanding that since it's on state contract, there was not necessary to do procurement. But our procurement process did require, and we started looking at it and say, hey, we didn't go back, they found out we had moved forward and didn't go back to the council to get their approval. It's going to be a contract. And so that piece was, I own that one. That piece was not brought forward, and they found out, hey, you know what, this is above 50,000, you got to go back to the council. So when people bring this information to me, I said, all right, let's do what we got to do. My intention was to administratively approve it and then have you ratify it at the next meeting, because you had already approved it. But I think the discussion was, let's bring it out, because of what happened to the court before. Yeah, we're voting for something and people didn't understand it, but this is furniture. But yes, ma'am, this was not delayed. I didn't have knowledge of it myself at the work session. So I do hear that, and I would not know. If I have knowledge of it, as soon as I find out that it needs to go on the agenda, it's going to make it, and as soon as I tell you. There's another item that I would ask, and it's y'all's call, the feasibility study for public safety.
So, City Manager?
Yes.
Do we need to vote on?
I'm going to ask you to do a resolution for that. Yeah, you can vote on it now, and then I'll go to the next one.
Oh, wait, I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's everything, like the estimate for the furniture, all the furniture is right at 100,000?
No, ma'am, 78,000.
78,000, okay.
It's under budget. It's $22,000 under budget, but it's over 50,000.
Okay, I have a quick question too, because I'm thinking about where we're going as a city, all the plans, and I may be getting ahead of myself.
I want you to have this discussion, please.
But we're looking at all the things we're putting in place right now, and I know the cost of furniture, office furniture included. We're saying $100,000, but as we grow, is $100,000 going to be even enough?
You asked a good question, and because we set this new policy at the planning conference that if something doesn't meet the deadline on our Wednesday at 4 o'clock to get into civic agenda, we discussed at the planning conference, we drew a sand on the line, and Susan had a fun joke with me tonight. She said, you're violating your own rule, that if it didn't make the cutoff, it was going to have to wait till the next agenda. There's principles and then there's policy, and the principle is the court needs to be fully established, because we are intentional about dealing with this illegal dumping and this littering. And I am laser focused on putting people in that court. And so, yes, Susan is correct. We established this rule. It didn't make the cutoff, and then I decided to bring it here in the last minute. But I was going to ratify it, and I think y'all, so we wouldn't violate any discussions by email, the mayor made the point that we should just come forth and discuss it, instead of me moving forward and then ask you to vote for it on May 13th. But the point that you're going to, Mr. Davis, is that as we grow, there will be several of these, and 50,000 is a pretty low threshold if you've already approved it in the budget. If you've approved us to buy 5 cars in our fleet budget, and that purchase is over $50,000, right now I would have to come back, and let's say the cars are going to go off the lot. Right now they're in high demand, and I need to move on them quickly. I would have to somehow try to tell the salesperson, give me some time to get it approved. So there's cases where 50,000, but that's a council decision that I would work with the city attorney, or perhaps raise that threshold so I don't have to go through this. And I don't know, Madam Attorney, what that would take if we decided to take the threshold from 50,000 on approved budget items for me to come back. I could probably bring it up in an agenda. I don't know what the council's appetite for that would be.
Yeah, that would just be an amendment to the to the procurement policy. Like right now, it's set at 50. I've seen it at 50. I've seen it higher. I've seen it lower, probably unreasonably lower, but I've seen it all over the place. But that's just simply an amendment. Whatever the council's desire is to set it at, that's what we'll put in the procurement policy.
So I guess it would be a motion to approve the city, authorize the city manager to purchase furniture not to exceed $100,000 for the court.
Yes, that's the request.
Entertain a motion, no, I'm sorry. I'll make a motion to approve a resolution I've lost my brain.
Authorize.
Authorize the purchase of office furniture not to exceed $100,000.
By the city manager.
Just to confirm, you don't really mean official resolution, you're just having a motion.
Motion, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I second.
All right, this has been motion and duly second. Take a vote. All in favor of?
We won't discuss it yet. All in favor?
Oh, they want to discuss it?
You were doing this at 6.
There's an order to it.
So is there any discussion, council?
No.
So now, all in favor of what we just said?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it.
All right, thank you, council. And it is a state contract. It is went through procurement process. We just have to wait for this 50,000 threshold to be cleared next week. Now, the second item, and I think for obvious reasons, you all understand why we want to have a feasibility study for police moving soon, before May 20th.
So when we approved the agenda, was this actually on the other business? Did we add this, or are we just adding this now?
You added it at inception.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, they added a 12B.
We added 13A. We didn't add 13B. We added 13.
This is 13A. The 13A is administrative purchase request. So this.
Oh. Okay.
We good, Susan?
I'm okay. I'll probably, to make my software work, might make a B, but that's
Gotcha.
fine.
All right. The second one is
But that was the motion, administrative purchases.
A motion for administrative purchases on the agenda. The second one is that we did a procurement process with an RFQ for firms that can do a feasibility, what we would call the firms that were qualified to do a feasibility study on police departments, not just any company. And I think you got University of Georgia, KSU, Center for Public Safety Excellence, and there's one other firm, a very large firm. And through the procurement process it went through, we found out the Center for Public Safety Excellence came out to be the most responsive. They had actually researched our city. They've recently had a big case in Florida where the city wanted to start their own law enforcement department and break away from the county for tax reasons, very similar. And they handled that case very well, and we looked at what they've done, and they did the feasibility study. So they were the most responsive, and they were cheaper than the higher one, or cost less. And so the procurement committee, the selection committee did recommend them, and we had a kickoff meeting with them there, and they're ready to get to work. They want to actually come talk to each one of you all about the police and talk to all get the data, then phase one. But the contract needs to be signed, and I would be, and then awarded, and I think it would be not to exceed $115,000 for this company to do our police, and it's actually impact on court, police and impact on court feasibility study. I could bring this one back May 13th, but the sooner we get these folks started, the better, because there's going to be a lot of work, and we need this information, frankly, for your decision that you may have to make over the next couple of months. And so I'll be asking, I'll give you the language for it, but what I'll be asking is for council to authorize us to I actually authorized the Mayor Pro Tem to sign the contract, and Karen's not here, to get the contract signed through the city clerk's office to move forward with the feasibility study on public safety. And you say, why am I doing this one, the same thing? Well, it hit the deadline too. They just got the permit process came after our thing, and we could wait to May 13th, but they're ready to start working as soon as we sign the contract and give them a notice to proceed. And we really want to get them started on working on this thing. So I decided if I can get it moved ahead quickly, I'll take action on it. But this is something I'm willing to ask questions before I ask you for the motion.
So I do have a question, just to clarify for me about our process, because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
said you did an RFQ.
Yes, ma'am.
So usually, I thought if you do an RFQ, you're just kind of gathering information and then you issue an RFP.
We may have done an RFP. I may have used wrong. They actually.
I'm just trying to be clear.
Yes, ma'am. I may have RFP. We got their qualifications, their experience, and their price, and we did a committee. So that probably was an RFP.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was really RFP.
Yep. Probably RFP. Right. Any other questions before I describe? Please do ask. And if we discussed a strategy, part of our strategy was one was a legislative approach. Second piece was be prepared if we had to have a police department and y'all would need information. And part of that is to go out. Three-pronged part of that strategy was to, one, start procuring, seeking a public safety director. Number two was establish a special service district for public safety, which you all are going to be acting on. I think, Amelia, they'll be probably acting on that pretty soon, this special service district for police and military. Not tonight, but in the very near future.
The plan is to send it through the budget process.
Yes.
But we are still communicating with the county to confirm exactly.
Right. So, and the third prong of that strategy was to get this feasibility study done as soon as possible. So this one does have a sense of
urgency,
importance, and what I call a little urgency to it. And that's why I want to get ahead of the May 13th, instead of waiting to May 13th, get it going as soon as possible. Yes, sir.
So we start the, go ahead and say, give you okay, when would they be able to start the process itself?
We spoke with them today. As soon as they get a contract signed and a notice to proceed, they're going to start their data collection. They would do stakeholder interviews and also talk about light departments that I think they're going to look at. We told them that Peachtree Corners, I hate to talk about all this, but Peachtree Corners and Sugar Hill have marshals, and that's a good model. They're also looking at Smyrna, Marietta. They're going to check some other police departments, and then they're going to come talk to us, the county. They're going to gather a lot of data, take that data, phase one, put it all together, and look at a projection of what a police department would actually cost us to start and run for the next 20 years. And then that would be a document that's going to be available to us in the event that we are challenged, that we can say, here's why, here's where we stand.
Do you have information on the reputation of this particular company?
Yes, ma'am.
And who the company is? I don't know if you can say that publicly.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay.
It's the Center for Public Safety Excellence. They're well-known in the public safety arena. Matter of fact, when I was in the fire, Mr. McNeely can speak for them too. When it comes to public safety, they are the premier organization. Okay, they specialize in public safety. Not only just police, but fire too. Matter of fact, when you're in public safety, you can get these credentials, certified chief police officer, certified chief fire officer. Your credentialing goes through the Certified Public Safety Excellence Organization. They're well known. They're starting to branch out into non-public safety stuff, but they're made of a bunch of police chiefs, fire chiefs. They got connections. They've done this work for 30 years. Okay. And Mr. Manila, I think you are familiar with the organization.
Yes.
Yep. They know courts too.
Okay. All right.
So, real quick, and I'm just asking money. That's half of what we did for the entire city.
What?
That $100K for the
the feasibility study for the city.
Yeah, that was $250 whatever. It
Yes.
was, they did that.
Yes.
So that's
a pretty good.
What?
A city feasibility study is a lot more comprehensive than a police. You're talking about one department, and you're talking about an entire city with multiple departments.
And what are they going to be? So we didn't see the RFP or anything like that. So what is it? Can you say exactly what they're going to be looking at?
Yes, sir. I wish I had that. You got time? If you got time, I'll go pull it up.
Well, and I'm going to get on Karen, Miss Director Ellis, who just left. So as we're going through the procurement policy, we're breaking all sorts of laws right now.
Which law? No, we don't break the procurement policy.
Like it talks about an actual presentation to council once.
Yes, sir. We could go by the policy. I'm doing an exception here because we have this situation. I tell you what.
I get it.
Let's stand down. I may take this one to executive session. I'll stand down. I can wait.
Okay.
Madam Attorney, this has litigation. Yep, we can go into executive session and discuss it. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll come back after the executive session to see if the council wants to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Based on that being kind of impromptu, Mr. City Manager. Okay, since that was kind of impromptu, or we kind of added that in, we're not voting on this. No. We're not entertaining it. No, we're not. We don't have to entertain anything. That's what I'm saying.
No, sir. The question that Mr. Ferguson was getting to is going to probably cause me to go in and discuss some things that are relative to litigation.
Okay.
And since it's relative to litigation, I'd rather, in the presence of the city attorney, be in an executive session and not discuss it.
Executive session when?
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I just want to. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, Mayor President.
All right. That takes us to item 14 in city manager's announcements or comments.
No, sir.
Okay. City attorney clerk, staff.
No
announcements.
Comments.
Deputy clerk. Okay, then next is item 16, mayor and council. We'll start with Councilman McNeely.
I'll be brief, but just to say that as leaders of our city, we have to make a lot of decisions, and some of those decisions are not easy. And so tonight we made a decision that was difficult to make, but being leaders means you have to make them. And you do it in the best interest of the city with information and foresight for where we are today, but also where we're going. So I believe we did that tonight, and we'll have to do it again. And it's up to us. And our city is headed for a great future. And I believe we, in this case, allowed for an opportunity for this applicant to still pursue their business interests while also us looking at the interests of the city as a whole. So I'm happy about that and look forward to continuing to move our city forward. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jeffco.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. I second what Councilman McNeely just stated about, having to make these difficult decisions. But we are moving forward, and we are here to support our residents. I know I am. It was a very difficult decision, not just for me, but for this council. And so, we'll have many more of these that will come on the dais, and we just have to make the best decision, on behalf of our constituents, not just in our personal districts, but also in the city as a whole. I do want to take a moment to honor honor my grandmother. Today is the anniversary of her passing, and her life and legacy have had such a profound impact on who I am today. She poured so much love, so much wisdom, and strength into our family and into me. And so she is one of the reasons why I am who I am. I miss her and my grandfather dearly, and you know, like I said, they taught me so many lessons, and I'm just so grateful for that. So I did want to take a moment to say that, and then also mention National Day of Prayer. It is very much an integral part of my life, and I've seen firsthand what the power of prayer can do. I know in Matthew 18:20 it says, 2 or more gathered in my name, there shall I be. And so I want to encourage those that are able to come out for National Prayer Day to please come out and pray with us, pray for our city, pray for our country. There's a lot that's going on, and we need that. So thank you all again for coming out.
Thank you. Councilwoman Brown?
Okay. Thank you. I actually had a presentation, but I think I've lost my support for the evening, so I'll just sort of speak to this. But just a couple things I wanted to bring up. First of all, we have had in this country just recently several very high-profile instances of domestic violence that resulted in the death of women. And I just want to make a point of acknowledging that, and also I have a list of resources that I was going to share. I'll post it on my social media, but not only just domestic violence resources, but also mental health, because obviously what we've seen is that these two issues have collided and resulted in tragedy. And even though we had these high-profile incidents, we know it happens every day to everyday people. And you know, I just simply want to just stress that, you know, if you're in a abusive situation, please reach out for help. If you're struggling with your mental health, also reach out for help. There are resources out there. You know, tell somebody, don't suffer in silence, and don't suffer alone. Also, I just give a shout out to Covered Bridge Montessori School. They had me out today for Earth Day, and I was able to work with their volunteers in the garden. And technically, they're not in Mableton, they're in Smyrna, but I was invited by one of my constituents in District 4. So I, you know, took up the offer, and it was really great. And then I want to just remind everyone that next Thursday, April the 30th, well, not next Thursday, but Thursday next, April 30th, I'm hosting the District 4 Creative Dialogue, and this is a networking event for Mableton residents who are involved in film and the wide array of creative arts. So we'll have producers there, we'll have folks who are published authors, musicians, content creators, and beyond. So please come out. My co-hosts are Happy Cat Studio and also Draft Horse Productions. And then finally, I just wanted to acknowledge the passing of U.S. Representative David Scott. He is, you know, a long-time U.S. Representative. Before that, he had a long tenure, member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. And wait a minute, is he? He's an alpha. Are you sure? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Okay. So I just want to I want to acknowledge his contribution to the state, to our country. He was a longtime member of Congress who chaired the Agriculture Committee, did a lot for black farmers, getting them recognition and trying to get them the help that they needed. And I just want to acknowledge that and send condolences to his family. So thank you all and have a great night.
Councilman Ferguson?
So I hopefully will be brief. I was again reminded what community meant as we unveiled a bench in the Mableton Town Square this past week for Miss Leanne Tanks. Our city manager's wife passed away earlier this year, but was a huge supporter of the city, especially in allowing all of the late nights Mr. Tanks spent building the city, but also she dealt with Mr. Tanks. So, you know, she had to be a saint. But I know that she was a consistent praying woman who was consistently praying for the city, consistently praying for the people in the city and the people on this dais. So I truly appreciate her life. And I'll say what I wanted to say the other day and what I said to her mom: come sit on the bench, sit with Leanne, and feel the love that she has for the city and just for people in general. I wish we had a picture of it, but it's a very nice bench that's not going anywhere. They've now got some boulders up there so you can't go past there and drive up on there. So hopefully it'll stay in place for a long time. And shout out to Cobb Parks for their work to get it up there as well. And they have all left, but 100% huge shout out to the admin professionals for the city of Mableton. They are the people that keep our hair from going up in flames, and I cannot say enough about how much I appreciate our admin staff and the folks that work for the city. I think we've got the best staff in the state, and they're just impeccable. And then last one, last one is 2 May, because we might not be here again, but Mableton Day is coming up. Come hang out with us. Come and eat. Taste of Mableton. Taste of Mableton is going to be on 2 May, and I will turn it over to Ms. Herndon so she can.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was like, Mableton Day. I was like, did I miss a day? All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out. I want to mention we have 4 people online, and one of them is our very own Mayor Owens. He shouted out, said he's watching online, so he gets an opportunity to see what it's like when our constituents, you know, kind of dial in and support us as we are doing our work here. And as been echoed by a few of our council members, you know, decisions are definitely hard to make sometimes, you know, because they have lasting, the decisions that we make have lasting impacts on the people in our community, and I'm always aware of that. And so there's been some murmurings of, you know, maybe trying to do something to help the Johnsons, and I had someone ask me, like, what am I going to do? And I was like, I don't know, but if there's something that I can do to help them, if someone is organizing something, you know, to help the Johnsons in what they need to do, you know, I definitely will volunteer my time, you know, to help out. So I just wanted to say that. And for those of you who hung out with us, safe travels home, and we'll see you at the next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'll be brief. First, I want to start out by making an announcement. The Riverside PTA is having its annual multicultural night. That is actually tomorrow, April 23rd, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Riverside Elementary cafeteria. It says, join us as we explore traditions around the world through food, music, dance, art, and clothing. And there's a return of form if you like to bring something to share your culture with us. So I guess that's it got cut off there, but go to the website, you'll see that. But join them because the Riverside Elementary, the PTA, great organization, helping the elementary kids really do some great things. So join them for that. Again, I don't want to harp on too much, but again, and it has been said several times that, you know, we have to make hard decisions, and that is so true. But that's what we were hired for. That's what we were elected for. So It's just great work, but sometimes it gets a little uncomfortable. But you know, we've got a great council here, great group of people, great staff, and you know, we'll do what's best for the city and help the residents whenever we can. I want to also just kind of touch upon what you mentioned, Councilwoman, about domestic violence. Those who really know me know that me and my wife, we have been involved in relationship and marriage enrichment for the past, 27 years, since 1999. One of the things that really is a sore spot for me, because I've seen a lot of domestic violence in my years, and it's been something that we really need to pay attention to. So I tell any couple, if you're having problems, please, there's help for you out there. I think, Mr. Hughes, you do the same thing. We got two experts right here, staff and council, but all that aside, it is something that's really, really serious, and we need to pay more attention to it because it's happening more than we really realize. So with that being said, thanks everyone for coming. Thanks for you who have stayed here with us. Thanks for those who are online. Thank you, Mayor. I hope I didn't do too bad tonight, but but you know, can't wait to have you back. But have a great night, everyone. Have a great evening, and we will see you the next time. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session for litigation, real estate, personnel, and miscellaneous.
That's for a lack of motion.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session for real estate, personnel, litigation, and miscellaneous.
Second.
The motion has been made and duly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No opposed. We will go into executive session. I'd like to entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Motion to come out of executive session.
I second.
It has been motioned and duly second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. And our next order of business, I'd like to entertain a motion to,
I got it.
Well, I'll make a motion to allow, make sure I got
Mayor
it.
to finalize and execute a contract with.
So moved.
all right.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. All right. And I think we have no more business at this time.
I'd like to entertain a motion. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
The motions are made and duly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Meeting
night.
is adjourned.